Um, Hi, everyone. So just a little bit of housekeeping before we start, whilst you still are settling in. We have no planned fire alarms today, so if there is an alarm going off, first panic, then go towards the lifts and down the stairs there, and then out through the reception. If you haven't found the toilets yet, they're just outside on the hallway, so feel free to go there whenever you need. There will be tea and coffee replenished throughout the day, and that's apparently infinite. So don't worry about drinking it all. They should refill. Yeah, I think we are almost ready to start. I think a few more people are coming in. But yeah, if you guys want to come forward as well, just for this front table so we have it filled. Yeah, we'll be starting in 2 minutes. No, no one likes the front tables. It's just the... I'm gonna kick off now. Give me 1 second. I did ask him to bring some. Yeah, 1 second. I don't know, jag tror inte att det var Ja. Just wait. Počkáme na lunch a No jasně. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the SARCC conference. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for everyone who's online as well, joining us from all over the world. Hopefully we have about 2 days or 2.5 days full of exciting presentations, interesting and hopefully thought-provoking talks for you to listen to interact with. One thing I wanted to start off straight away is we're going to be using Mentimeter. I don't know if you guys know it, but just to get a little bit of interaction with everyone. So you can see that behind me. If you guys want to just get your phone and go to menti.com, and that includes everyone online as well, and put that code in, and that way we can get people answering questions and telling us a little bit more about where you came from and stuff like that. So if you all want to do that, great. We're getting some hearts in the corner, so it is working. Fantastic. So the code will be available on all the slides. So I will just go to the first question. And first of all, who do we have here? Can I just ask everyone to let me know, where did you come from? Where are you tuning in from if you're online? Did you travel from far? Did you travel from Southend? Yeah, we're getting some widespread answers there. Wow, North Lincolnshire. Well, it would be interesting to see who came from the biggest distance, because we should be getting. There's a lot of repeats, but Cornwall, yeah, that's very far. Fantastic. So we'll just wait for a little bit longer to see how many we get. Oh, you're still logging in? Yes, the login is at the top of the screen, so you should be able to use that. Nice. So I see we have loads of people from all across the UK. We have people coming from Belgium. We've got people from the Netherlands. Sunny Cornwall, I like that one. I think people are still looking in. Someone from France. Hello to France. Oh, look at that. Czechia. I wonder who that is. Brilliant. So I will just move to the next one. We'll just go through a few questions very quickly. It will literally take 2 minutes. So if you don't mind choosing one of the categories that you would describe yourself as, either decision maker, academia, student, a business owner, or just someone from the public who's interested in the topic of NBS. So we have a lot of urban authority officers coming in. Do we have any students online? I know there was a few sign-ups. There we go. No one from the public, but that's okay. That means that you identify with one of the other categories. That's what we wanted. And we're getting a good response rate. 42 people answered so far, 44. Come on, we have more than that in this room, so everyone should be able to answer this. Okay, so this is nice spread for our speakers to also consider. We have 4 excellent speakers coming up just shortly. I will be introducing each one of them when we get to their presentations. I think we'll probably stop at 50. And maybe, I think I've got 1 or 2 more. How would you rank your understanding of nature-based solutions? Do you think, well, someone's very confident. So where would you put your understanding? So it's great that someone has said very low, because obviously that's the point of this conference. We want to share information and learnings from our pilot projects, from our activities within SARCC. So we had 50 before, so just give it a little bit of time for people online to catch up. Fantastic. All right, so that's 50. Ooh, 51, look at that. And one final question before we get to the overview video. Just without any information, what do you think is a disadvantage or a weakness of NBS that you can just think of? That might stir some conversation later on. Uncertainty, yeah, that's one that definitely comes up quite often. Difficult to quantify the benefits. Again, that's very common. This is something that SARCC has tried to address. We will be talking about that over the next 2 days. Not enough known and vulnerability. Okay, so some fantastic answers coming in there. Time to come to fruition, I think that's a good one. Quite often, nature-based solutions take years to develop, whereas obviously building a artificial structure, the effect is pretty obvious and immediate. So this is certainly a good topic. Investment challenges, getting that money. This is something we'll be talking about in just a moment. Cost, yeah. Okay, I think I'm gonna call it there. We will come back to these questions towards the end of the day and then in the remaining days, so we'll have more time to interact with them. But if you just go to the slides, Luke. So throughout the conference as well, we have our colleagues, Isaac and Will, looking after the social media. So they're just over there. If you want to share the live stream with any of your colleagues, just tell them to go to sarcc.eu and they will be redirected to the page with the live stream. If you are online, please ask questions, post comments. You can do that in the chat under the YouTube video, and we will be taking those questions to our panelists later. And if you want to use Twitter, please do tweet. Just use hashtag SARCC event in your tweets. And again, Isaac and Will are going to be monitoring that. So without further ado, we have a short video. It's about 8 minutes long, and it gives a quick overview of the whole SARCC project. It's a lot to fit in into 8 minutes, because the project has been running for over 3 years now, with 14 partners across 4 countries. So this is just to give you a bit of an introduction and bring everyone up to speed, and then we'll crack on with the presentation. So please enjoy.
In January 2019, the Sustainable and Resilient Coastal Cities (SARCC) project began. Over the last 3 years, our 14 project partners from across the 2 Seas region have been working together to implement, study and promote innovative nature-based solutions, helping to combat rising sea levels across Western Europe. To achieve these aims, the SARCC project was split into 6 work packages, including project management and communications. As the SARCC project comes to a close, we're going to focus on the achievements of the first 4 work packages, starting with implementation framework and monitoring. This work package focused on producing baseline data linked to long-term, natural and political processes of coastal regions. This data was produced through a monitoring programme, evaluating the different pilot sites. The learning outcomes were summarised into a booklet aimed at coastal practitioners, with information on mainstreaming NBS, which will go on to inform future projects for years to come. Work Package 2 – Urban Decision Makers Capacity Programme. The second work package focused on enabling urban authorities to integrate nature-based solutions into coastal management plans and policies. One output from this work package was the SARCC Public Lecture Series. This was a series of 11 lectures covering the impact of climate change on nature, agriculture, the water system, and the coastline. These lectures amounted 1,275 attendees across the series. Work Package 2 also culminated in the creation of an NBS guidance booklet for urban authorities to educate decision makers on the possibilities and benefits of incorporating NBS into their future strategies. Work Package 3 – Visualisation and Community Engagement. Work Package 3 centred around engaging with the public and local communities. This included raising awareness through school education, workshops, and our SARCC roadshow, which toured around Europe with the SARCC promotional bus. One of the main outputs was the SARCC Visualisation Toolkit, which brought together examples of best practice using nature-based solutions, historic trend analysis, future IPCC climate scenarios, and adaptive development techniques. All viewable through several visual formats including videos, landscape artwork, animations, and a geospatial viewer that links research to the findings and outcomes of the SARCC pilots. Work Package 4 – NBS Pilot Investments. Finally, we have our 7 nature-based solution investment pilots. The pilots are based across the 2 Seas region and aim to demonstrate how nature-based solutions can be more beneficial for flood defence in coastal cities than hard static alternatives. With a history of flooding, Southend Borough Council has invested a great deal of time and resources into researching the best ways of using nature as a buffer to prevent further flooding. In Newellyn, the Environment Agency is researching the use of reef blocks as a flood defence. The project here has deployed low-carbon reef blocks across the existing breakwater, going on to study their effectiveness as a coastal defence and a nature-based solution that encourages biocolonisation. In the city of Gravelines, the SARCC pilot has focused on strengthening the existing sand dunes against coastal flooding and erosion. A simple system was developed that traps the sand using wooden fences. When sand accumulates, small vegetation is able to grow in the sand, which in turn reinforces the thickness and stability of the dunes.
With our goal not to disrupt what makes Gravelines a successful economy, we developed accesses through the sand dune that are sideways so that the wind helps accumulate enough sand to protect the inland from water submersion. In short, we developed elevated access through the sand dune. This has been a massive success thanks to our collaboration with SARCC.
Over in Middelkerk, the previous temporary measures have been replaced by permanent investments. In the tourist trade zones, a soft sea wall in the form of a controlled dune has been applied. The pilot has proved popular with locals and tourists alike, who prefer the natural dune-based walkway to the paved promenade. Further up the coastline, Ostend was dealing with excessive sand transport caused by heavy winds. This led to a lot of problems which subsequently impacted the use of the walkway, cycle path, tramway and the coastal road. The SARCC pilot created a natural landscape with planted dunes along the seawall. This has developed an ecosystem that keeps the sand on the beach instead of allowing it to erode and move to the tramway and the road. The natural dynamics ensure that this ecosystem is adaptive to future coastal pressures. Blankenberg's pilot saw dunes expanded in an inland direction by breaking up the road closest to the dunes. The already existing dunes are now able to expand landward, making them more stable, whilst also generating environmental benefits, including lower traffic-related pollution. Finally, Vlissingen is using an innovative approach to protect its inner city from flood damage. Storm surge water is channeled through a specially designed street and into a green open space where it is carried off naturally to the urban water system. This helps to reduce the chance of damage to both property and people.
Well, with this pilot we hope to learn how to anticipate in urban public space to extreme weather conditions. It concerns both the elaboration and application of controlled drainage of water, but also the changing of mindset of decision makers, experts, designers and inhabitants.
Over the last 4 years, it has become clear that NBS should be incorporated into future coastal planning, not only from an environmental perspective, but also for economic and social benefits too. The SARCC project has seeded a community, from engaging with thousands in person through our roadshow, lecture series, pilots, and regional seminars, to the online reach of over 100,000 individuals through our videos, newsletters, website, and social platforms. We hope that this community will continue to grow, and the legacy of the SARCC project will inform and shape coastal management ideas and policy for years to come.
All right, so hopefully that's a bit of an overview of the project. I'm sure most of you already know in the room, but there's a lot of people online and some of you don't know much about SARCC, so hopefully you find that useful. Now it's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker today. It will be John Bennett, who is the project manager of SARCC. He has been with us since the very beginning, and he has done a very good job at making sure all 14 partners are talking together and working together as efficiently as possible. So I think he deserves a round of applause for that alone. Thank you, John. Yeah, and John's going to be talking about the pressures facing coastal cities and maybe some of the challenges that we have to overcome. So over to you, John.
Thank you, David. And for all that work and management, I get to go first. So thank you very much, everyone. So just quickly, I'm going to be talking about what are the main pressures on coastal cities. What I've done is decided to break this into 4 major themes. But before I go into the pressures, which is a bit more of a negative spin, I wanted to put a bit more of a positive spin on the day. First of all, I'd like to offer thanks to a special member of the audience, which is Councillor Carol Maroney. She's a cabinet member for Environment, Culture and Tourism at Southend City Council. Without support of people like Carol, projects like this are very, very difficult to implement. So I'd just like to thank her personally for being here and supporting the project. So what are the pressures on coastal cities? The main categories I've sort of come up with as a main pressure around funding resources, recreational use, coastal squeeze, and the fact that we put hard infrastructure across pretty much every city we've got in the area, and legislation. So, in terms of the UK, our biggest issue is funding. We have plenty of legislation that support NBS, which came out a couple of years ago. One of the main challenges in the UK is the fact that the funding model is probably about 5 years behind the legislation. So in terms of how we actually fund NBS, the main instrument we use is funding from the Environment Agency, which is part of DEFRA. But the way the current funding model is set up, it basically means that NBS don't really reach the desired standard in order to implement it in large scale in a lot of areas in the UK. It tends to be the way that it's quantified is the number of properties that are protected by a measure. And generally speaking, when you look at the current funding model that's in place, the only way you can meet their requirements is by hard infrastructure. Moving on to France. Now, France is a very different case. Since 2015, the way the French fund the use of coastal defence is by basically putting it onto the citizens and communities to fund their own protection. There are some authorities that are involved in France, but generally speaking, anything around coastal defence and using nature-based solutions is unfortunately put to the local communities and the local governments. So it's extremely difficult for French towns to actually fund and implement nature-based solutions. Moving on, now Belgium and Holland are a different case. In Belgium, they have quite a good funding model where they've been doing a lot of investment in NBS. The only issue around Belgium is obviously now they're okay, but moving on probably to 2100, resources are becoming a big issue in Belgium, where they're using up all the supplies of sand, and it's becoming more and more costly to get the sand they need in order to nourish and use nature-based solutions in Belgium. But they've been doing a lot of work in Belgium. With MDK, since 2013, they did a survey and discovered that the beach levels weren't really offering the protection they needed in Belgium. So the amount of nourishment they've done in Belgium is massive. You'll actually see from one of the pilots in Middelkerke how much sand they put on the beach. Moving on to the Netherlands. Now, the Netherlands is a very interesting case when it comes to sea defence. They're well regarded as probably the authority in the world on how to defend against the sea, because they've basically been doing it for hundreds and hundreds of years, ever since they reclaimed the land. So there's 3 major rivers that flow through the Netherlands, and it forms a massive delta-line system. Now, the interesting thing with the Netherlands is obviously they're running out of resources as well. They have a lot more sand, but the amount they're using, it might become an issue depending on how much sea level rises as to how much sand they really need to move and how much it's going to cost them moving forwards. But with the Netherlands, they've done a lot of innovative things. Like one good example was a sand motor they put in place, which is, if you haven't heard of the sand motor, it's basically a very, very large, millions and millions of cubic meters of sand put into one area and let the coastal processes move that around. And then the UK actually copied that idea up in Norfolk as well, at the Bacton gas terminal. So, one of the other major pressures for any coastal city when it comes to implementing MBS is obviously recreational use. I've chosen a load of pictures here. One of the good example here is top left, which is actually Southend. If you look out the window, that's the area over there. You can see from the picture below that one that actually there's not really a lot of room for nature. In fact, there's not really a lot of room for anything there. It's quite a busy area. It's extremely high in tourism, and obviously it's a massive industry for Southend. So how can we make room for nature when we've got the pressures of recreational use? In other areas, the top right there is Ostend. You can see again, it's a very, very busy picture, but they've got a lot more sand. So it's a different story. So how do we implement nature-based solutions in those kind of areas? Well, I think Middelkerke might have come up with a solution. You saw in the previous video how they've implemented a dune system, and actually the people prefer to walk on the dune system now as opposed to the hard standing. So could this be the solution of making MBS work in an area where you have a lot of recreational use? So moving on to coastal squeeze and hard infrastructure. Now, for Southend, it was a particular big issue trying to implement MBS because we have only 7 miles of coastline, and along those 7 miles of coastline, I would say probably 80 to 90% of that coastline is hard infrastructure. And where we have the hard infrastructure there, it means we've got very little space left for any MBS. In fact, the coastal squeeze is such a problem that actually in some areas of Southend, the mean high water line is actually the sea defence. So when the tide comes up, the water hits the sea defence and there's nothing left. Now, obviously, the best MBSs are generally implemented into the intertidal zone, and we're losing that slowly but surely in Southend. So what we had to do was look at innovative ways to move around that and look at other areas where we could implement MBS. And a little bit of a note out to Gary, who's one of the panellists. Obviously, the longue durée, which is the piece that Gary loves and constantly goes on about, has taught us that nature has had the solutions for thousands of years, and actually the coastline's been pretty much stable for thousands of years. It's only since we've started implementing hard infrastructure and messing around with the coastal systems that actually nature's stopped working. So we need to unlearn what we've done. In terms of learning, now UK legislation is actually pretty strong for using MBS. I'm not going to run through this lot because there's obviously a lot there, and we'll get the slides sent to you afterwards. And you're going to hear a lot more about this in the speakers from Joanne Matthews. She's on Thursday, and she's going to be talking about a lot of the implementation with this. So I'm not going to ruin that for her. I'll leave Joanne to go through all this lovely stuff. But yeah, we've got the legislation. This came out a couple of years ago. It does support the use of nature-based solutions. The only problem is we haven't really got the funding to back it up yet in the UK. I would have gone on about the EU legislation, but obviously we've got Mikhail here, who is a global expert. He will come up and he will speak about COP27, he'll talk about the EU, and then he'll go down to a more granular level at some other work that's been done in other countries. So, thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, John. Great introduction to the problems that we're facing. So we will now pass over to Michal. He is who has been working in the nature-based solution landscape for many, many years. He works in DG Klima in the European Commission, and recently he's been involved with the Czech presidency over the European Council. And he's going to hopefully give us some interesting insights into COP, which John mentioned, but also into the policy regarding NBS more widely on a European level, and perhaps one or two little projects from further afield as well. So over to you, Michael.
Thanks a lot, and good afternoon. You may know, or you may not, that both David and myself, we come from a landlocked country, Czechia, and that is why I think we are the best place to be here moderating and speaking at this conference. I'll take you from a global perspective to the EU perspective to a national perspective in 20 minutes max. And then what I'm looking forward in particular is that for the rest of the conference, I'll learn from you, because I'm really proud and really honored to be part of such a group of people and experts who are not talking about things, but who are doing these things. So this will be a little bit of the structure. I had a chance to participate in the recent COP27 that ended about two weeks ago, and I'll share with you a few gossips, outcomes, photos that are to a certain extent relevant to nature-based solutions. Then a little bit of the EU legislation funding instruments. Then something about the conference that we organized recently in Prague, the Czech Republic, and a little bit from my experience from Nicaragua as a teaser, and we can come back to it in our discussion. So starting with the COP, for those who are not that familiar with the issue, COP stands for Conference of Parties of United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. So here at really the global level, some 200 countries come together. You would remember that in Glasgow we had the last very successful COP. The one in Egypt this year was much less successful. What usually is being discussed are four issues: mitigation, adaptation, finance, and loss and damage. The picture is rather sad, because even if we know we have a problem since 1972, or let's say since 1990, since the first IPCC report, we have not managed to do much in terms of mitigation globally. In Europe, much better, but globally, not much. In adaptation, we are trying here and elsewhere to do as much as we can. However, the focus of this conference was on the impacts of climate change and what to do about the loss and damage of the impacts of climate change. So the key aspects of the circumstances of the COP27 were first extreme weather events during this year, the flooding in Pakistan and other places, droughts in the US and other parts of the world, forest fires, etc. Even more diverging interests of parties. Then the role of the Egyptian COP presidency, that was everything but an honest broker, and from the very beginning they made it clear, you got what you wanted in Glasgow, we'll get at our African COP what we want. And they did very well on that, yeah? they were not really on our side. And then war in Ukraine, the energy and food prices. I'll touch a little bit upon geopolitics, trust, and human rights if you want, yeah, in the discussion. A few pictures. The COP takes place in several rooms. This is the plenary. The President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, but also the UK Prime Minister, the French President, the Belgian, Dutch, just about everybody, all the way to the President Biden, presenting what they are going to do in the months and years to come when it comes to mitigation, adaptation, etc. This is a little bit of, of the internal cuisine, the European Union of coordination, where we miss our British colleagues a lot. One of the events where, on contrary, the British can be very, very proud of, I'll come to it, 10-point financing for biodiversity, 10-point plan for financing biodiversity, with at least 2 British State of Secretary or Ministers, Therese Coffey and Lord Zach Goldsmith, but also with participation of other ministers and leaders of states, and I'll again come back to that. At the COP, you have all the press conferences. Here's Franz Timmermans, backed by about 15 ministers of the EU, of the environment and foreign affairs, talking about our plan. Some sad stories. I've been crying at least 5 times during the COP. This is a guy from Tuvalu. His story was, I'm 26 years old, and I know already now that I'll not be able to spend my, I'll not be able to live in Tuvalu when I'll be old. And as all of these events, it ended not Friday evening as envisaged, but on Sunday, like 9:15 in the morning. Very quickly on the outcomes. Unfortunately, we have not achieved much on the mitigation side. What we are trying desperately to achieve is to get an agreement on the phase out of all fossil fuels. For the time being, there is agreement only on phase down of unabated coal power generation. For phase out of fossil fuels, we've got a huge coalition of countries. Some 80 countries said they would be in favor of that, but some, like China, India, and others, unfortunately, managed to block an agreement, and then peaking greenhouse gas emissions by 2025. You may be familiar with the fact that even if we are trying everything we possibly can, the curve of greenhouse gas emissions is still rising. So we absolutely need to make a turn and have the greenhouse gas emissions peak by 2025, the latest. Also on the commitments, we had not much of a progress. On the biodiversity, there was a lot of agreement, and it was stressed in the final decisions that it is an important issue. If we lose it on biodiversity, we lose it also on climate change. On adaptation, that is much closer to the topic of this conference, so-called global goal on adaptation. Again, not much of a progress, only a broad agreement that we will focus on the most vulnerable countries. At least an agreement that adaptation should really be on equal footing with mitigation, including when it comes to money. And then once again, the challenge identified was that measuring impact remains challenging when it comes to adaptation as compared to mitigation, the tons of CO2. And, nature-based solutions were highlighted as one of the most important issues. So, on finance, you may know that we've got the objective of $100 billion a year, and unfortunately, we are not yet there. We are somewhere at 85 at the moment, and on the doubling of adaptation funding, we are currently on some $20 billion a year. we have not progressed much. At least there is a commitment to double it to 40,000 to 40 billion a year, but still a long way to go. And there is an article in the Paris Agreement 21C saying that all financial flows should be consistent with a pathway towards low greenhouse gas emissions and climate resilient development. And again, not much of a progress was achieved there. And on loss and damage, there was a big battle that here at least we won, in the sense that all countries that used to be developing countries in 1992 came up with an idea of having a fund where they would be beneficiaries, meaning China, meaning India, meaning Saudi Arabia, and the main oil exporters, saying we should be on the beneficiary side. And we said, no, 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 this is not perhaps the way how it should work. And at least we managed to agree that the loss and damage fund would be for the most vulnerable countries, and that the base of donors should be broadened. So the countries that used to be maybe developing in 1992 should be now more on the donor side, and also there should be much more important role of multilateral development banks and private sector. What is much more relevant to this event is so-called ENACT initiative that you may have heard of. It stands for Enhancing Nature-Based Solutions for an Accelerated Climate Transformation. It's an initiative of Germany, Egypt, and IUCN. And there are three main objectives. First, resilience for approximately 1 billion vulnerable people around the globe, 2.4 billion hectares of sustainable agricultural systems, and protecting, conserving, and restoring carbon-rich terrestrial and also ocean ecosystems. The 10-point plan for financing biodiversity that I mentioned, an excellent initiative by the UK, where they got on board Ecuador, Gabon, and Maldives. So very broad participation in terms of both geography and this, let's say, global north and south. Very practical approach, saying we don't need any new institutions. We need to gather the money very quickly, and basically we need to get more financing from developed countries, emerging economies, multilateral development banks, private companies, and we should be creating partnerships. Another very sad story was presented by the Minister of Maldives, saying basically that the highest point of Maldives is less than 2 meters above sea level, and describing the consequences of business as usual. Moving to the second part of my presentation, the European Union. You would have been familiar with most of the issues, but just to list the most recent instruments, the EU adaptation strategy that was adopted in February 2020, if I'm not wrong, and that focuses on nature-based solutions and picks up nature-based solutions as the key instrument for implementing adaptation in the EU in the future. EU biodiversity strategy and the very recent EU nature restoration law. It's something that we wanted to do already decades ago, but finally here there is a proposal on the table of the EU restoration law saying we should not do only conservation, but we should go one step further. We should go to restoration. EU soil framework, the proposal is ready. the proposal by the Commission, and EU forest strategy. Yeah, except for the biodiversity strategy and adaptation strategy, the three last pieces of policy and legislation still needs to go through a decision-making process through Council and Parliament. Here you will get, of course, the presentation. Here you can click some of the what I would consider very useful tools that can be used by practitioners. Most of them are listed on Climate Adapt website. I hope most of you would be familiar. If not, click Climate Adapt, and there you have plenty of best practices, good examples, tools, etc. And here is a list of some of the portals, handbooks, policy support facility, and also what is called EU Mission on Adaptation. That's a new student in the class. You may have heard about the 5 new EU missions. One of them is on climate change adaptation, trying to help selected regions to adapt to climate change using pilot, innovative, transformative projects. So, if you're if you like, you may like to look at this mission on adaptation. When it comes to funding, I had an opportunity to negotiate with several countries, including yours, when it comes to resilience and recovery facility, cohesion policy, common agriculture policy, and always, or very often, the story was as follows. The member states administrations were much more in favor of grey infrastructure rather than nature-based solutions for various reasons that I hope we will be able to discuss. They're pointing out that how difficult it is to set up indicators and measure impact of nature-based solutions. They were pointing at low visibility of nature-based solutions as compared to grey infrastructure. What we managed to do in most of the cases was to agree to support some pilot projects to demonstrate that nature-based solutions do function, and what, at least my conclusion is, that what we need most is a sort of mind shift from, let's say, the old thinking of grey infrastructure to nature-based solutions. Getting to the third part of my presentation, this is the conference that we organized recently in September in Prague, the Czech Republic. Maybe some of you have heard or even participated. It was called Designing Climate Resilient Landscapes, and I have a few brochures, and of course you can look it up then on the website. One of the main outcomes of this conference was so-called Prague Appeal. I'll get back to that. That was agreed by, let's say, leading and recognized practitioners participating in the conference, and later endorsed by all environment ministers of the EU member states. And also in the brochure you will find approximately 20 really transformative, innovative projects that could be inspirational for you. When I should talk about, let's say, what was innovative, I would say this was the holistic approach. That we had not only the water people talking to water people and soil people talking to the soil people, but we put everybody in the room and tried to come up with solutions that were good for water retention in the landscape, for soil regeneration, for forest resilience, for biodiversity, all with the objectives of recovery of ecosystem services and in the framework of a landscape approach. And the Prague Appeal, and it's also on the website, is also part of the brochure, basically outlined the common elements of successful innovative projects, outlined obstacles for implementation of such projects, and I guess we'll discuss it later during the conference, and then talked about investing in nature-based solutions and how to get banks and private sectors on board, maybe also insurance companies, and pointing out that all institutions, being public, private, and individuals, should be part of the process. And last two slides, I had an opportunity to work for 4 years in Nicaragua. Not that we would be able to plant back mangroves here in our environment. However, my experience from there was that the eldest persons in the communities came up saying, this is how it used to be 50, 60, 70 years ago. And they were joined by the experts coming in and saying, look, the climate change models tell us it will be like there. And combining the two, I believe, made a good result of some of the projects. And I have to confess, I became a little bit more radical when I always have to fight for nature-based solutions against gray solutions. So I have to admit that sometimes combining the two in a way of sort of green-gray infrastructure, at least to start with, makes sense. And the examples presented in the video show that indeed might make sense. In the tropical countries that I'm talking, I'm more familiar with, we're talking not only about mangroves, but also coral reefs and sort of breakwaters and fences made of natural materials. And I can also recommend Conservation International, a US-based NGO that is very advanced and very experienced on green-gray infrastructure. You may like to have a look at that. That's it, and I'm very much looking forward for the discussion, and thanks a lot for your attention.
Thanks, Michal. So in terms of any questions, feel free to add questions into the chat if you're watching online or using the Twitter. And then for people in the room, we'll be taking questions in the coffee breaks. And then we'll bring all of them in during the panel discussion at the end of the day. So by all means, do think of things to ask later on. I think that was really interesting. It's interesting to see that there is a lot of support on a policy level for nature-based solutions, but there seems to be kind of the reoccurring theme of funding. Obviously, us coming from the SARCC project background, we've been very fortunate that we got the European Union's funding through Interreg, which enabled us to do pilot projects, to study the nature-based solutions, and try to help mainstreaming them. But this funding is not always available, and especially when nature-based solutions will scale up, of course, they will not be, those kind of funding streams won't be there. So the money, Michal touched upon it a little bit, maybe we need to get banks involved, maybe we need to get private capital involved, and John earlier on as well mentioned that the support is there, but the funding is a problem. So I would like to introduce our next speaker, Heather, who's going to talk about just that, about the funding, about the challenges with the funding, and perhaps what we can do to move forward. Maybe I'll just quickly go to that. Brilliant. So Heather is a honorary fellow of the Royal Institute of Architects. And she's also a co-founder of Biodiversity Capital, so she's well-versed in the funding of nature-based solutions. Hopefully, you will give us some positive news about options, but yes, over to you, Heather.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, and it's very exciting to be in the room with you today. I'm Chief Executive of Thames Estuary Partnership, and my technical director, or our technical director, is going to be speaking tomorrow about some of our habitat creation projects and some of the other projects we're involved with. So Thames Estuary Partnership is well represented. Also, I've got my other co-founder of Biodiversity Capital, who's Yurema Ranish, who's taking pictures at the moment. So if there's anything really complicated that you need to ask me about some of the concepts around funding that I'm going to be talking about today, he'll be available during the panel discussion as well. I'm also a trustee of SARCC, which is the Foundation for Social Investment, and this is a program that brings together blended finance, different partners who come from different pots of funding to fund social enterprises. So I mention those because they're relevant, and just to say that the Thames Estuary Partnership is a very long-standing partnership of 20-something years of the main parties and agencies who are responsible for estuarine and coastal management. So first of all, I've been asked to talk about funding. I'm not going to talk about grant funding. I'm going to talk about something very specific, which is investing in nature-based solutions. And the good news is there are investors who want to invest in nature-based solutions. The bad news is it's complicated, like everything. And I am going to talk about, and the other thing that's challenging and a little bit frustrating is it's so incredible to be in an international audience that the models I'm going to be talking about are very much UK based. So what I hope is there's a future to talk about expanding that, but very much based on the projects that you're leading, talk about the pilot projects, and then see if we can actually connect investors to nature-based solution projects. I'm very much going to be talking about some concepts. I'm hoping that my set of slides, of which I have created too many for today, my 15-minute slot, will provide some resources for you. So if you're interested in the topic, if you're interested in that, you'll use that. You'll look at some of the different institutions that I'm talking about if you want to familiarize yourself. So I'm just going to touch on some basic concepts and some initiatives that are happening at the moment. This is very much a conversation about a journey between the project delivery. I come from a project delivery background myself, and the frustration of meeting the people who have the money. There's about $1 trillion that's locked up in private capital. It's trying to kind of get to the projects that we're doing now where people actually really care, and there seems to be a number of segments that are missing. So what's really encouraging to me is to hear Mikkel talk about this is actually, you know, something that's very much as part of the COP27 conversation. We just have to get there faster, and we have to be able to connect the dots in a logical way, and there are people who are trying to do that. So I'm just going to talk about in sort of my space, in our space in the UK, where there's been conversations and a number of conferences. I'm going to be talking about the Impact Investing Institute, the Green Finance Institute, who very much sit on the financial institution, the financial ecosystem services side. They had a paper that they launched that came out of the G7 task force on the 18th of July called Time to Deliver. It's very much about trying to get away from talking about our objectives and actually delivering against them and getting partners together to deliver. And also one that we, Thames Estuary Partnership, and our partner, the City of London Corporation, we ran in October, which is bringing leaders together to talk about the complexities of nature recovery and how we're actually going to fund those projects. And the one very specific one, which is the actual opportunity, was a Natural Capital Finance Investment Conference that also happened on the 17th of October and the 1st of November. And I'm going to be talking about the partners there who want, in the next year, to be able to invest in nature-based solution projects. So Just Transition has got 3 pillars. We talk about this, again, Impact Task Force report that I'm mentioning here or putting on the slide, mobilizing institutional capital towards SDGs and a just transition. And the pillars are really important because they are around social impact and environmental impact. And the 3 pillars are climate, environmental action, socioeconomic distribution and equity, making sure there's opportunities for communities, very relevant for SARCC, and then what is the community ownership or the voice to make sure that they're representative, has to be owned by the local community. So I'm going to say something, I'm really happy that I've followed Mikkel because he's talked about a lot more detail about COP27, but the key message is there's a lot of pledges and not enough action. And there's not nearly enough capital to be able to fund the projects. particularly in the global south. So looking into the gap, actually what the financial gap is, here's a report, the finance gap for UK nature. And if you look in that report, you look and see that against the UK's 25-year environmental plan, which many of the people in the room will be familiar with, those of us who work in the nonprofit sector, our work is very much geared towards those objectives in one way or the other, whether it's clean water, whether it's biodiversity, whether it's access to nature. And there's a 56 billion funding gap over 10 years. That's a lot of money. So I'm going to talk about blended finance, which is fundamentally partners who've got private, public sector funding, nonprofit foundations getting together to a program that have common outcomes, that are impact incomes to help fund against SDGs. This is another just example of what the map is of what impact investing is. And it ranges anywhere from, I want to help tackle climate change, I want to make sure I don't do any damage, I've got to do this because I'm regulated and therefore I have to. But the bottom line is this isn't about a quick return on investment, this is an investment. The point is that there has to be an investment or return on investment model. This isn't a grant-funded model, not in its full extent. So something that some of you may be familiar with is the Natural Environment Investment Readiness Fund. And these are 77 nature recovery projects that have received up to £100,000 each to get ready for private sector investment. There's some of us in the room, or at least are going to be online, some who've been successful in getting these and some who have not. And there's really great lessons learned, because this is really a test bed for the Environment Agency and the other partners in the NERF fund to actually see what kinds of nature-based solution projects are ready to be invested in from that financial services ecosystem. And then on the right, I have examples of these NERF projects, which are very relevant to us here today: flood resilience, all the way to water quality, carbon sequestration, and also in many cases, the proposed were to be funded by green bonds. I won't go into a lot of detail, but effectively, the frustration is, well, I've got this project, I need the funding, why can't you just fund me? You know, what are all these different steps? Who are the parties? So this gives a bit of a flavor, is that the green bond is the special purpose vehicle where the investors can invest in one big project, mentioned like Tideway on the Thames Estuary, or it's a series of projects that have common themes. The investment readiness project has various stages, anywhere from having to technically prove all the way to capital investment. And so this has all the things that we're all familiar with, which is environmental surveying, all the way to having a long-term maintenance plan for the habitat creation that's got to stick around. Someone has to own that, someone has to be the steward of that for many years to come. So there's pieces of the puzzle of the investment model that are complicated, but it's quite interesting to be able to see how these models have actually come together. This is all a fairly new space. The problem is when an investor wants to see something that is secure and has a proven track record. So a lot of this is actually fairly new. And in terms of investor appetite, it's just worth looking at some of the different strands here, whether it's biodiversity net gain, whether it's place-based SUDs, catchment services, woodlands, or peatland restoration. And in any case, if you look at the curve, private, our founders, our foundations, and public philanthropic money will fund the upfront. It hasn't been tested side of these models. When it comes to private sector, they very much want to see that there are revenue streams that are coming through. So the opportunity that I'll mention today is there is a big nature impact fund. It is a government grant, it is government funded, but it's backed by Finance Earth, which is a social enterprise, and Federated Hermes, which is a pension fund. And the opportunity is that they're looking to invest in nature-based solutions that are either assets, businesses being contractors and companies who actually shovel in the ground, have the materials to actually do habitat restoration, or other businesses in the marine and coastal space who grow food and clean water. And then they're also interested in seed funding for innovation for ideas that are not investment ready, but they're interesting, then they need to be explored. Not interesting, but actually essential. So challenges. So investors want to invest in your project. What happens next? Well, aligning partners and objectives and outputs is very difficult. If you've got a project that's underway, it might take 10, 15, 20 years for it to come into play. Like the SARCC project is on a long timeline. How do you engage with the investors who actually have set up their investment criteria in a slightly different way? You need to have an asset to sell. So the difference is grant funding is money up front. I've got objectives I have to meet for my funder that can be quite restrictive. It can be within the project restricted economy, but you must have a return on investment if you're going to talk to an investor. So they will be talking about your nature-based solutions as if they were assets. And the other thing is you must have stackable benefits that, again, will turn into a return on investment model. The other thing is it seems that when you have an urban condition and you have communities, it seems to be harder to invest. And I think we had an early panel discussion. I think it was you, John, who said that projects fail to scale. One of you said that. That was David, you said that. So the wonderful thing about all of our projects is they're individual, they're unique, they're different, they're based in a local geography, which is very distinctive. That's not something it can necessarily lends itself to an investment model. So the closer you get to an urban condition, the more difficult it is. For instance, you've got a lot of gray infrastructure that needs to be replaced by habitat restoration, and it gets harder and harder to be able to come up with an MBS. So I think there's a common thread between being able to replace or gray infrastructure with green infrastructure, but it gets much harder when you get closer to communities. And timing is never on our side as well. Policy, I won't go into a lot of detail because I'm running out of time, but there are some strange quirks within these models that have been created where you've got additionality where the areas that are protected, like the SSSIs and Ramsar sites, they don't qualify for some of the new legislation that has been put into place vis-a-vis the biodiversity net gain. But there are some other systems in the world, like in the US, where they do have wetland offsets. I can go into more detail about what those concepts mean in the panel discussion. And I just wanted to mention that it's very important for investors, particularly on the social impact side, that you're reaching communities that are disproportionately affected by climate change. You're making opportunities for your local community, and that's not necessarily a very easy thing to do on the ground. So being able to make sure that your community is very inclusive is something that's very important to funders, and you need to make sure that you're really designing that into your program. This is one that we're working on Thames Estuary Partnership, and I think Amy's going to talk more about that tomorrow. Another thing is you've got to be a collective. You have to be able to try to scale up. So, oops, sorry, I've missed one slide. There you go. So one of the projects we're working on at Thames Estuary Partnership, again, Amy's going to talk more about this tomorrow, is the Championing Coastal Collaboration, the 3 Cs. And I'm going to try to keep back to my slide. I don't know what's happening with that. Where we have to work as a collective. We can't work in our pockets. We need to be able to work as a collective and be able to create the investment opportunities at scale. So if you're interested in any of these things that you think after we have the panel discussion, please get in touch, and that's my email address. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Heather. Yeah, definitely a lot to think about. We will now move on to our next speaker, who unfortunately couldn't come today in person. This is Pippa Moore. She's a professor of ecology from the University of Newcastle, but she was able to send us a recorded presentation, so I will just ask Luke to play that now. Brilliant, thank you.
Hi, I'm really sorry I can't be down with you today. Unfortunately, some things kept me up here in Newcastle. But I'm really pleased to be able to talk about some of the work that I was involved in as part of the EcoStructure project, and very much in terms of sort of providing the evidence base for the sort of positive biodiversity outcomes from marine artificial structures. So I'm talking to an audience that doesn't really need to know this sort of thing, but we all know that there is an increase in the amount of artificial marine structures going into the marine environment, either in coastal waters such as seawalls and riprap breakwaters, through to offshore renewable energy devices. And this is commonly called coastal sprawl. We also have lots and lots of evidence to suggest that these marine artificial habitats often provide poor quality habitats for marine biodiversity. They support generally lower levels of biodiversity compared to natural rocky reefs, and often support communities that have a high abundance of non-natives. And so as a function of this, there has been a move towards looking at ways that we can make hard artificial structures better for nature through the process of eco-engineering. And over the last 10 years or so, there's been a large expansion of this work experimentally, from looking at sort of micro scale changes in texture up to macro habitat units, and looking at how they alter the biodiversity of systems. And in general, the evidence suggests that most of these interventions have a biodiversity benefit. And part of some of the work that was led by Ali Evans during her PhD, we looked at the sort of barriers to the implementation of eco-engineering within UK systems. And we felt that there was sort of three pillars that were impacting our ability to sort of see the more widespread embracing of eco-engineering in marine systems. The first pillar we saw as being a policy pull, but we're seeing these sort of change in the sort of 14 years or so that I've been involved in eco-engineering. So in the UK Marine and Coastal Act, for instance, it suggested that marine planning should avoid harm to marine ecology and biodiversity, and provide opportunities for building in beneficial features. We've found as you go through the more devolved plans for our marine systems, that some of these proposals become even stronger. So the draft Welsh Marine Plan talked about proposals should be demonstrating how they contribute to the protection and restoration and enhancement of marine ecosystems. They also went on to talk about how the enhancement of marine ecosystems doesn't need to be too complex and can involve small changes to intertidal structures, such as allowing for the formation of crevices in walls or pools at low tide. So very much emphasising that people should be considering about eco-engineering. And we're seeing that has resulted in, for instance, the Welsh Government asking us to create a sort of example, a case study on sort of eco-engineering for the marine area statement. We can see in places like Sydney with the Living Seawalls programme that there's a lot of government push for the inclusion of that. And indeed, they made the finalists of the Earthshot Prize last year in its inaugural year. We feel that there's an increasing policy pool, and we're seeing that with our own experiences where regulators are coming to us or suggesting that people should come to us to talk about this. The other pillar that we found from stakeholder meetings is there was a general feeling of a lack of an evidence base. And I guess as researchers, we were somewhat surprised at that, because actually over the last 14 years, there's been a wealth of studies looking at different eco-engineering techniques. But in this sort of little montage that I've shown here, it's very clear that most of these papers are being led from researchers, and many of them are locked behind paywalls in scientific papers that people can't get access to. So one of the outcomes from Ali's PhD that was published in this paper in Marine Policy is that we needed to provide an evidence-based catalogue of products that were out there so that we could translate the scientific evidence into something that was accessible to all. So via the EcoStructure project, one of the key aspects that we wanted to cover was actually translating a lot of the science that's out there into a format that was accessible to regulators, to industry, to interested people, so that they could look at what interventions were out there and their sort of success. We deliberately chose conservation evidence as a place to hold this, as they follow quite prescribed rules on how you actually look at that evidence base, how you describe that evidence base, and it's also an ongoing live website. So while we've created this enhancing the biodiversity of marine artificial structures, we know that evidence is continuing. And this could be updated in future years to take into account the latest evidence out there. I'm going to talk a little bit about this in the slides after here, but I'm going to stop speaking for a moment and let you listen to a lovely Welsh accent describing what we did.
Artificial structures are spreading around our coasts and seas to support growing human populations and marine industries, and to protect coastlines from rising and stormier seas. These structures can damage natural habitats and provide stepping stones for non-native or nuisance species to move into new areas. They also provide new artificial homes for seaweeds and marine animals. However, they often don't support the vibrant variety of marine life found in healthy and productive natural reef habitats, because they are simpler in shape and can be highly disturbed by human activities. Some artificial structures can be designed to make them more like complex natural habitats, which in turn attracts more marine life. This can include rare and charismatic species or commercial stocks of fish and shellfish. We can also seed or transplant species onto structures to give them a head start. These actions are called eco-engineering. Environmental managers are eager to see eco-engineering put into practice on new and existing marine structures, but they need to know their actions will have the desired effect to justify additional time or costs and to avoid the risk of greenwashing construction projects. Ecologists and engineers around the world are working to design and test eco-engineering actions to enhance the biodiversity of marine artificial structures. Based on their results so far, we have produced an evidence-based resource to help people create and manage structures that are better for biodiversity. Using methods developed by the Conservation Evidence Project, we collaborated with experts and searched scientific evidence from around the world. We found 43 actions that could be taken and 176 studies reporting their effects. We summarized each study in a short paragraph describing the action and the outcomes for biodiversity. We also indexed these outcomes in a set of key messages for each action. You can download the synopsis of evidence from the Conservation Evidence website or search the online database to find the evidence most relevant to you.
So that was a short piece that we did to launch our review of the conservation evidence. As the little video says, we created or identified, 43 different interventions or actions. And when I talk about interventions or actions, we can see some of the list here, but it's sort of like creating textured surfaces or creating rock pools is what we would term an intervention or action. So we have this list of 43 different interactions. And what became incredibly clear is that there was a lot of context dependence in terms of the success rate of these things. So it's very hard to create a one-stop shop where you can just create some drop-down menus and say, you know, what you've got and then come up with a solution. But I think the thing with this conservation evidence is that it sort of is a bit like a Russian doll. You can sort of take the top level of information and the key sort of parts and then look at the summary document and then go right down into them. One of the things that we found is that there's actually some general gaps in the knowledge. And most of these were actions on subtidal structures, also tied in effects on actions in intertidal structures. And for 10 of the 43 actions that we identified, there was zero evidence to support them. Of 24 of the actions out of 43 had perhaps less than 5 studies. So while there's a burgeoning amount of research on eco-engineering, is that when you actually start to drill down into the data, which sort of happens with any review that you do, is that you find that actually perhaps the evidence base isn't as detailed as you might have liked. Here we can show that, we found 118 different studies for these different actions in the intertidal, but only 58 in the subtidal. And you can see some had quite a bit of research on them. So things like intertidal rock pools and intertidal pits, subtidal material type, but then there's a series of actions that have nothing on them. What we did find is that many of these actions do have biodiversity benefits, and all of these actions in at least one case probably had a biodiversity benefit, but it's actually not as simple as I said earlier, as having a drop-down menu. It does mean that whoever's using this resource needs to actually sort of interrogate it a little bit. So as part of this, that we've provided some advice. So as someone who's setting out to actually look to enhance a marine artificial structure via eco-engineering, is that you really want to determine your objective in advance. Do you simply just want to improve biodiversity, or is it that you want to improve some sort of ecosystem function such as water quality, and that will dictate the sort of species that you're interested in and the interventions that are likely to work? What are your limitations? At what height on in the intertidal or subtidal is this intervention being placed? There's financial limitations quite often as well, so there's a range of different limitations that will come to play. You need to understand the environmental context. Sydney Harbour, for instance, has a lot of interest in eco-engineering because an awful lot of Sydney Harbour has seawalls on it. Sydney Harbour is a somewhat sheltered harbour, so that might not work on a exposed coastline in the sort of temperate environment or cool temperate environment in the United Kingdom. And you also want to think about what might be preventing your structure from achieving its conservation objectives. Many of these structures are placed in urban environments where existing stresses that may have reduced the population of those species you're trying to get back have probably led to their demise. So can you reduce those stresses as well? Once you've looked through the different actions, if you think one of these actions could help, is read the key messages. What were the effects that were previously resulted in from these interventions? Were the species, location, context similar to you? So for instance, if you're looking at rock pools in a tropical area, you might find that they're quite stressful environments in the tropics where you've got a lot of evapotranspiration, but actually in a temperate environment, it might be that they have strong biodiversity benefits. So very much think about the context in which the work was done. Choose the studies that are most applicable to your system. Read the full summaries, which follow quite a prescribed wording, and there's explanations on what that wording means in the front material of the PDF that you can download. And also read the original studies. I mentioned that a lot of these original studies are hidden behind paywalls, but as academics, we're all rather arrogant people, and we love it when people email us asking for our research. We can then just send you a PDF and you can look at those original studies. What I would say is that the actual conservation evidence text itself is quite accessible. So you can get a lot from this sort of Russian doll approach. And then you want to assess the strength of the evidence. Generally, the longer something is monitored, the better it is, because it will have gone through perhaps periodic storminess or other disturbances. Potentially think about the experimental design and how robust it was. And how did they measure success? Authors quite often give information on what their own success levels were. And select actions for your objectives. So choose those actions that would meet your objectives, and there's evidence to suggest that they do meet your objectives. And one of the really nice things about the conservation evidence is it does follow these really strong protocols. Ali Evans in the top left-hand corner really led on this research, but also Bill Sutherland from Conservation Evidence was a key role, and Louise Firth, who's been working in this area for a very long time. It also involves people, an international advisory board who peer reviewed all of this, so you've got confidence in the work that's actually being presented there. I would encourage you that this is quite a nice bit of research to use, and perhaps something you might want to consider for your own systems. The other pillar that briefly I'll say is about stakeholder support. When I first started working in this area about 14 years ago, people weren't interested in at all about making sort of these seawalls better for nature. But we're increasingly seeing companies at startup, but also encouragement from, in our case, we've worked closely with Port of Milford Haven and also Natural Resources Wales that funded these eco-engineering interventions in Milford Haven. And also there's other projects funded by other people. I'll leave it there now. If you want to ask any questions, do please feel free to email me, and thanks for listening.
Thanks, Pippa. I don't know if you're online listening in, but that was definitely interesting, touching upon some of those topics of not enough evidence, where clearly there's quite a lot. So we've come to the end of the first section, so you'll all be happy to know we'll be getting some coffee soon. But before I get you to the coffees, I will just get back to Mentimeter for a minute. So we're going to have a panel at the end of the day, which will start at 4 o'clock with John, Heather, Michal, and also Gary, who's yet to speak after the coffee break. So if you want to use the time during the break to just post any questions you might think of, using the same Mentimeter system, so we will then have an account of all the questions and we can make sure they get answered. So if you can do that during the break, that would be great. Obviously, we'll all be around, so feel free to chat to us directly as well. And we will be we're actually running slightly ahead of time, which I'm surprised by, but there we go. More time for coffee. So we'll be back at 3 o'clock UK time. So we have about 25 minutes to grab a drink, go to the toilet, post some questions. We're already getting some. Fantastic. Yeah, thank you so much so far. Yeah. So for the panel, we'll have the speakers who've spoken so far, and also Gary, who's speaking after the break. Cool. Thank you.
the way then.
Hello, everyone. Just to say we're going to be starting in about a minute. So if you can go back to your seats and, post any last-minute questions. We'll be coming back to the questions Mentimeter just before the panel starts in about an hour. So you can still keep thinking about potential questions to ask. Gonna give everyone a minute or two to finish their discussions. Okay, everyone. So we'll crack on with the next session now. It's my pleasure to introduce Gary Momber, who's going to be speaking about engaging with the public and how we can use some exciting historical artifacts to help with this. This is hopefully full of nice photos for you to all see. Gary is a director of Maritime Archaeology Trust. They are one of the partners on the SARCC project, and I'm sure he's going to do a great job at talking about the engagement side of things and the longue durée. So Gary, over to you.
Thank you very much, David, and thank you very much, everyone, for inviting me and for being part of this project, which has been quite a roller coaster over the last 3 years. I'm going to be talking now about engaging the public, a key for NBS mainstreaming. Now, the session we got here is about 50 minutes long. I'm supposed to have about 20 minutes. It might be a little bit longer, but see it all as one sort of holistic approach. Both of the talks will be combined as one, so don't worry about any overruns. And that's the reason I'm going to need a few more minutes, because I'm going to try and give a bit more context. And we're talking about engaging the public, and we've used the visualization tool in the roadshow, etc. to do that. A lot of that's going to be presented after my talk. So I'm giving a bit of a grounding and to talk about some of the data that we're pulling together that we then use to engage the public. So what we've been doing is we've been looking at the past, looking at the history in the past, or the longue durée. I have to pronounce that correctly because sometimes my British colleagues do wonder what longue durée means. So, a review of the longue durée demonstrates how humans and natural influences contribute to the evolution of the coastline. This is something that we've been looking at to really understand how the coastline has been fashioned and moulded. And we can use historical, archaeological, and artistic information to really understand and read the changes in the coastline. Now, we read the changes in the coastline, how they've changed, to understand those long-term patterns of change. And the beauty of this is that it helps stakeholders, coastal managers, and decision makers consider solutions that work with long-term processes. So if we can help inform coastal managers and stakeholders about those patterns of change, it can maybe inform their decision-making process. And something that Mikhail mentioned earlier about the oral history of the mangroves in Nicaragua, going back 60 years to help them understand what these changes have been. We can look back in some places hundreds or thousands of years to see what these patterns of changes are. And the thing is, this hasn't really been done in the past. So to give you a bit of a long-term overview to start, see if this works. We're going back now to the end of the last ice age. Sea levels were, before the last ice age, sea levels were quite high. Then they dropped down to about 120, 130 meters lower than today. And then they rose again. But as they rose, they reshaped the landscape. They eroded cliffs. They created estuaries and remolded them and pushed them further and further back upshore until they created what was the current coastline. And with that current coastline, which was created about 5,000 years ago or so, they had a certain sediment budget, and this has been mentioned already. And that sediment budget is sort of limited. John was saying earlier about the issue of the sand in the North Sea, and we'll look at the Belgium coast and the sand machine that's been made. There's only so much sand in the oceans, and that's been formed. We have to understand where it comes from, how much is left, etc. And then with that, we can start adapting change. And because of that limited budget and because of the way the coastline has been formed, it's been formed in a certain way, and then certain things are going to happen to it in the future. And what we have had in the last few years is a relative equilibrium. And the equilibrium has given us these lumps of sand in the beaches, the big sort of sandbanks and the beaches around the coastline that's been relatively stable. But the sea is dynamic, and it is always moving, so it tends to push things around here and there. And as soon as we start putting grey infrastructure in place and interfering with those natural processes, what we do is we remove the adaptability of the coastline, the natural adaptability of the coastline to change. And I think that's what the evolution of the coastline and the past nature-based solutions that worked, it's good if we can think about replicating them and not keep building grey infrastructure. Now, this area here, this area here I just went through there, it was the Solent. And the Solent is the north shores of the Isle of Wight. And the Isle of Wight's an island that was just formed, was once a sort of valley, and then the Solent was a valley infilled. I should have said this as the slide went through. It infilled, and then a new channel was formed that cut across the north of the Isle of Wight and south of Great Britain. Now, this is not dissimilar in many ways to the North Sea, where you had a big sort of swamp, you had valleys, you had a low-lying land, you had continental Europe on one side, and you had Great Britain on the other, and then you had a new channel formed. And so this Solent is a bit of an analogue to the North Sea, and as such, we've been using it over a few years to try and monitor the changes with the formation of this new channel. And the new channel, what you can see is, on the top here, you can see obviously the Isle of Wight, the coast of the Isle of Wight, and then in the middle, you can see the submerged landscape. This was all the infilled sediments before the channel was formed, like before the North Sea was formed. It was the remains of the underlying landscape that is now eroding away. In many ways, just as the sea level is eroding, the subtidal sites are eroding away around the North Sea. But you can't see this. But the trouble is when you can't see it, you don't do much about it. And because it's eroding away and being lost, what's happening is that the threats to the coastline are increasing, the wave energy is increasing, it's falling apart. Now, so that's happening, but you also have a lot, as you see in the bottom here, you have a lot of archaeological material because that land was once occupied and people lived on it. And you can use that archaeological evidence to try and tell a story. These here are flints, hundreds and hundreds of worked flints that we found at that particular site. Just to give you an idea of the magnitude of this area, this stretches for over a kilometre east and west. This is an image of an underwater cliff. And what you have here, this sort of area here, this area here is all part of a relic land surface. It's covered in trees, relic trees, about 8,000 years old. And above it, you've got sediments that have been built up and they're protecting it. They were protecting it until recent times. Now they're eroding away, and as they're being lost, so is the archaeological material, but also so is the water increasing, the depth of water and the energy, etc., that's threatening the landmass. So as part of the Interreg project, we've been monitoring some of those changes through time and to see if we can see what impact it's having on the coastline. And you can see at the top here, This was a record from a couple of years ago where you've got a whole bunch of boulders that have fallen down from what is this underwater clay. And then below here is the same area that was just taken from last summer. And there's been quite a change, quite a movement of sediments, and as things are being washed away and eroded, and therefore increasing the threats to the coastline. And it's a natural, wonderful environment to look at. It's full of lobsters and eels that are eating away and digging their little burrows under the seabed. Can you hear me okay? It seems to be coming on and off. Eels and lobsters eating away at the seabed. They're digging out the archaeological material. You can see it in the foreground here. There's nice. That's a lovely bladelet there and a core. Wonderful archaeological material being dug out. I'm afraid the image is a bit fuzzy. I didn't want to get too close. And what we're finding are lots and lots of these flints, and we've been finding hundreds of them over the years, really well preserved, because they've just recently been eroded from these sites. And the recent erosion is important because it shows you that the problem is happening now and it wasn't happening before. And this is manifest more so in other parts of that submerged landscape, where what we have are organic remains. We have, again, 8,000 years old. We have what was a log boat building site. We have a platform. You can see at the bottom here, about 60, 70 pieces of timber. And then in the middle at the top, you can see the remains of trees coming out of the sandbanks. And all these areas are only very recently being eroded, so they're direct indicators of change. And this has happened for the first time in over 8,000 years, which shows that change is a modern phenomena. And it's invariably due to people manipulating the coastline. And what that can tell you as well, it's 8,000 years ago, is how humans at the time worked with the landscape, adapted to the landscape, and lived on that landscape. So it creates a human story, and very well preserved. And likewise, just similar to the last slide, just showing you the different areas between the different years where those sites have been eroded and lost. All this work tends to be possible. That's a stretch of about 50 meters. This work tends to be possible because of modern techniques, photogrammetry, etc., that we've been developing through the course of the SARCC project. And this is the sort of material that we should be looking at from all the other sites around sort of northwest Europe, where you have these sort of deltaic environments. But I should just go up to the intertidal zone, which is sometimes easier to see and more tangible. And this is an area of the northwest Solent, sort of opposite the area I just showed you. And what we've been doing here is we've been looking at some charts to see how the coastline has regressed. And this chart on the top left-hand corner is 1991. And see the black circle in the middle there? That relates to the chart on the bottom, which is about 200 years earlier. And that should be about here. So you can see, and on the bottom right-hand corner, it shows mudflats at 3 water high tide, and at the top, you've just got low water tide. So what we've seen is all these mudflats have pretty much gone, they've all receded. But underneath them, we're finding landscapes that are 5,000 years old. That shows us that those mudflats were stable for 5,000 years, and they've been lost, not as a direct result of sea level change, but more to do with human manipulation of the landscape and stopping sediment supply, etc. As I mentioned at the beginning about the sediment supply in the oceans, has been stopped from moving around, and also from the sediments from the land being stopped from going down into the oceans. And if we have a look at that spit, just as an example of some of the information that you can learn from the underwater landscape, is that's that her spit, which was the one just on the left here. That's her spit, which is blocking the mouth of the Solent, or, well, sheltering the mouth of the Solent. If you look at the coloured areas, which is land below water, there's areas of peat which are just recently exposed. Again, it erodes away pretty quickly, so it's only been exposed a number of years. That's exposed on the left here, and what it's shown is the spit itself is slowly migrating upslope. It's going upslope, which actually puts it in much greater risk of being overtopped. And this is something no one's really looking at, but it could help inform how you manage that spit in the future. Because what is happening nowadays, and that's the end of the spit in more recent times, the spit is migrating, and then these structures they built on it with good intention about 120, 130 years ago are starting to fall down now, and they're defending them, but they're not really identifying the root cause of the problem, which is the lack of sediment coming to the spit and moving around. So, yeah, and I'd be careful, I'm not a hydrographer. But the root cause of the problem, and identifying, looking under the water to see what's actually happening beyond the obvious. And so they keep protecting it, but in the end of the day, unless they can somehow provide more sediment, it's all going to be lost. So not the best. But other areas just on the northwest Solent, areas that are, say, sometimes a bit more obvious to the person walking down the beach, are these areas of mudflats. That area of mudflats I showed you earlier in the chart, this is what it looks like now. Well, the mudflat's gone, the coastline's being protected, and you're down to the underlying geology. And within it, you've got all this archaeology again. Here are some Roman posts, which dated to 255 to 418 AD. These Roman posts have recently been exposed. Then within a matter of year, there's hardly anything left. Demonstrates, it shows you direct evidence of a bit of coastline, a bit of beach that's recently been exposed, probably for the first time, and is now going, and it's under direct threat. And the archaeology has given you that indication. Not only that, when we look at the archaeology, we can look at some of the older material a bit further down the beach. And this here is Bronze Age, 3,500 years old, structure recently exposed, now eroding away. But it can start give you an idea of sort of the rate and pace of, well, the rate and scale of the sea level rise in the past, when you can actually date points in the intertidal zone where these structures were made. It gives you the sort of rate of change of sea level rise, also the fact at that point they were covered by sediments and protected. And then now it can actually show you that all these sites are now demonstrably under threat and need attention. And so that can then help the decision makers decide what to do to protect the sites the best they can. And this is just another site, sorry, shot a year later, showing how this is eroding away, just to show these sites are quite ethereal, they go quite quickly. So they're indicators of past change, indicators of current change, and they can be used for that purpose, not just for their cultural value, which of course is also very important. And so this is another area along the whole stretch of beach here in the northwest Solent that we've been running drone surveys and monitoring the variation in the sediment load and the beach profiles on the northwest Solent to try and identify what the long-term processes are. On the bottom right-hand corner, you can see the remains of a Neolithic forest that's over 5,000 years old. Same issues apply as I've already discussed. So that's a wonderful case study, and that's an area that's sort of central to the SARCC region, SARCC project region, but it's an area, not a pilot area. So I'm just going to run through some of the pilot sites now to show you the sorts of data that we've been collecting from the different areas and the types of data sets we can use to try and understand the past formation processes around these particular sites, and then maybe the consequences or patterns of attack that are underway at the moment. So we'll start with Newlyn in the far west. And we can see here on the right, we got submerged forests. The same sort of issues apply. Submerged forests recently been exposed in the intertidal zone, showing that following these storms, there's certain threats. There's been a bit of a change in the dynamic. And we could say, is the dynamic climate change, or is there more to it? On the bottom right-hand corner, you can see the old harbour, which is circled on here. And that was a nice, neat little harbour. But going back to this chart, before the development of the North Pier, about 150 years ago, you can see where the harbour is. We've got a nice big beach profile. It's snuggled in the back. You've got nice pretty ships nearby to tell the story of it, not having a big impact on the landscape. As soon as the North Pier is put in place, in the middle image, you can see the beach starts to strip back. Obviously, mud accrues within the harbour, and the beach size starts to be reduced. And with the reduced beach size, we get all those problems. Reduced beach side, the water energy increases and the threats to the coastline increase. And we see that today. And what actually happens, this nice Environment Agency slide, what you can see here is the water just runs up the sides of the North Pier, channeled up into the Tolkien little village there, and then you get constant problems every year. So constant problems whenever there's a storm. So the lesson is maybe you should have thought about it first before you stuck in the North Pier. We've already heard about some of the nature-based solutions being applied to try and rectify that matter. Just jumping to Southend-on-Sea, we've looked at some nice old charts to see how the River Thames has changed, the dynamic of the River Thames has changed, and how there's been a lot of infilling, and there's been a lot of poldering and diking of the Thames, which has increased the height of the waterways, and therefore increased threats along the river. And what we've been doing is, with the data, with these ancient charts, and with ancient charts, ancient photographs of the like we just saw in Newlyn, is we put them into the visualization tool, which this is an image from the visualization tool that Jasmine will be talking about in more detail later, so I won't go into that. But we put it all there, and once we put it into this tool, we can use it, look at it comparatively, and we can start to understand what it can tell us about erosion and change along the coastline. The sorts of images we use are artistic images as well as maps and charts. Artistic images can tell you how the coastline has changed, but interestingly, and we were mentioning things like finance earlier, when it comes to elements of insurance and the like, here we can see, going back to 1870, there were problems with landslips along the coastline here, and that's sort of an area that you don't really want to build your house or your hotel, although people did. But if they took that into account, first of all, they wouldn't build there, whereas the other areas are very stable, and we found sites along the coastline would be very stable, demonstrated by sort of Iron Age monuments that haven't moved, and there you know, well, the insurance risk is much less. So you can use this historical evidence to try and understand threats to the coastline going back into the quite deep past. And then we use nice images, places like Leon Sea, that you can see how it's changed through time. And one thing that's quite clear between 1852 and then development 1855 and 1900 is the fact that that beach has turned into a pretty hard structure. So what you get here is once you get the hard structure, of course, you lose the defense of the beach, the mechanism, the adaptability of the coastline to change and shift, and then you start to get underpinning and scour around hard structures. This is a similar thing that happened to in Gravelines, where they had a nice channel going to the right-hand side, the River A, but that tended to get silted up, and got silted up because of longshore drift and a lot of sand. So they decided to put a big canal out a few hundred years ago, been doing it for about almost 1,000 years. And that canal was fine, but in time, the natural processes started to dominate. And what you find is you had a build-up, longshore drift, build-up of dunes on the west here, and in the east, more sort of scour out. And now that's become a nice focal point for waves to come straight in, straight down, be channeled down the side of the canal there, and then again direct threat onto the beach. What's more, of course, they decided to build on all the dune systems, stop them being adaptable, and building all the houses along there, all with the best intentions, but if only they'd thought about it beforehand. And these are lessons that can be carried forward. Right, going back to Belgium, I'll sum up quite quickly. I'll put all three, sorry, Belgium, but Middelkerke, Ostende, and Blankenberg can pile them all in together because it's a similar sort of coastline. And the threats to the coastline were really going back to sort of the Roman period, where a lot of the landscape, and the same with the Netherlands, was excavated, dug up, manipulated, diked, putting up these banks and that sort of increasing water height. So it was a large manipulation of the landscape that's actually induced a lot of the threats and the problems through time. I mean, just going back about 350 years, you can see massive dune systems just going to the west of Ostend, great big dune systems that formed quite a natural defense. They're quite adaptive because you had the links between the dune systems and you had the sea, and they were adaptable and they defend themselves until, of course, people started digging big holes and undermining the landscape behind. And there's evidence of this excavation of the landscape with these peat deposits, all with sort of holes. You see in the foreground here, these are seen on the beach in Raverside following storms, and those peats were also dug up in the Roman period. And so in the Roman period, of course, this was land, so the landscape was much further out. In fact, around just before the Roman period, it went out for about quite a few kilometres further out to sea than it does now. So what's happened is human manipulation has actually pushed the land back, and in more recent times, what we've done here, and you can see there's a big road, the coastal road, has actually separated the dunes from the beach, and what you're getting is lots and lots of erosion and loss of the sand, and all that loss of the sand on the beach through time is evidenced in that historical and archaeological record. But now, more recently, of course, we've come back to nature-based solutions, and as we've seen, they're working very well. So what we're seeing is now almost a sand dune system being pushed in front of the road, so it's trying to revert back to where nature was in a certain equilibrium not so long ago, and you can see that in Middelkerke as well. And I'll just finish with Vlissingen, because Vlissingen was quite an interesting case study. It was a place that you shouldn't really have a town, because it's on a sort of nice peninsula. And so what they had to do was build lots of big sea defences to protect themselves from the sea, to control the waterway into Antwerp. So you have a lot of sea defences. And of course, sea defences are defences because by nature, you're going to have to constantly keep rebuilding them because you're defending yourself from the sea. So they haven't used the natural environment. And as a consequence, they haven't used the natural environment. So I'm losing my train of thought. They haven't used the natural environment, they've defended it, but it means they're going to have to keep defending it. But it's not appropriate to use the natural environment because, of course, they needed quays and jetties and things for human activities. And whenever they build all these defences around the Netherlands in particular, and of course, whenever there's a breach, the responses can be quite devastating. And I said, make that final point that the sea defences are going to be defended, and they're constantly defended ad infinitum until you can return to nature-based solutions. So, just finishing off with a few points about some of the outreach, which we will be talking more about in a minute in the next couple of talks. I should say we have used various methods of outreach, academic publications. There have been several publications. I'm sure this will be talked more about by David in relation to WP6, and the guidance booklets, WP1 and WP2. So there's been sort of high-level publications being produced from it. There's been education programs developed. This one here, Climate Change and Flooding Assembly, it's been developed by Better Plans through Southend on Sea. I put this forward. This is really just highlighting for fairly straightforward examples of flooding in places like York and other cities around the coastline and what the immediate threats are. And then through the Trust, we've looked further back in time and we've tried to link to the visualization tool, and we tried to demonstrate the lessons that can be learned from the past with an education pack that can look at look into the history and try and draw examples from the past. And so this is just sort of flipping through examples of them. These will be accessible through the visualization tool as it's developed. And then the roadshow, of course, the Discovery bus went around all the different pilot areas and the south coast of England, and we reached almost 500,000 people who had a wonderful time exploring all the activities on and around the Discovery bus. So, but we'll talk about that later, as we will be doing with the visualization tool, which is being produced, which Jasmine will talk about, so I don't need to finish there. And just coming to my final slides, talks and presentations, of which we've been given quite a few. And sort of some of the last couple of talks that we've been given are actually working with UNESCO and sort of the UN Oceans conference in Lisbon, which has been supported by the SARCC project. And this is enable us to talk about SARCC as something sustainable and where we can use cultural heritage to understand these long-term patterns of the coastline. And it's starting to be taken more seriously, and we're going to continue to sort of promote it through the UN Decade of Ocean Science, and how we can best understand the oceans using sort of anthropological evidence. And to finish, I'll sum up by just stating the SARCC project has used a range of methods to engage the public and stakeholders with a narrative that harnesses artistic, historical, and archaeological data to convey the longue durée, gain wisdom from hindsight, and advocate a way forward with nature-based solutions. So we're looking to green the grey. So thank you.
Thanks, Gary. I'm sure you'll agree that was really interesting to see those historical artifacts and paintings and maps portray that long-term change. Gary alluded to it already. This outreach has been part of the Work Package 3, which is one of the pillars of the SARCC project, and it's all about engaging with the public. One of the outputs of the project that's part of this is the visualization toolkit, and we're going to be having a little demo that's going to be presented by Jasmine and Mariah, I believe. So I'm just going to get that ready, and we will get them up. Okay, here they are coming. So are you going to start first, Mariah? Okay. Mariah is the leader of the work package within the SARCC project, and she's going to give us a bit of an overview of what the work package is about, and then we're going to run through a little demo of the actual visualization toolkit. So over to you, Mariah.
Yeah, after David has given the introduction, I don't need to introduce myself anymore. I'm a project manager in Vlissingen, but also the work package leader for this work package. And I'm going to present the things we did in work package 3 with Jasmine, who's filling in for, standing in for Brandon, who's unfortunately ill today, so he couldn't be there, but is joining online, hopefully. So thank you very much for stepping in. Work package 3 has several activities, and they're all related to, focused on local communities, and they will be impacted by the pilot sites the pilots that we're doing, and investments using nature-based solutions. And what we try to do is get them informed about the benefits of nature-based solutions so they can fully understand it and embrace it. The purpose of what we're doing in the work package is to demonstrate nature-based solutions and why they should be chosen, highlighting to the communities the future impacts of climate change and sea level rise, and mainly focusing on the added value that could be that could include increased economic activity. As mentioned before, one of the major things that we did in the work package 3 was to create a visualization toolkit for local stakeholders and mainly citizens and businesses to support the approval of nature-based solutions for coastal management. We wanted to create not just a website where people could find different information, but basically create an interactive tool. We used the pilots as examples to inform and promote nature-based solutions by using maps, historic images, art, and animated videos. Some of the examples you've seen by Gary's presentation. And all partners, especially the pilot partners, have improved or have contributed to the toolkit, and we're still improving and updating the visualization toolkit as we're almost finishing up the pilot sites.
In the next 80 years, sea level could rise by up to 1.6 meters, significantly increasing coastal flood and erosion risk. Currently, the most common defences in coastal cities are hard concrete structures. This grey infrastructure is unsustainable, costly to maintain, and provides no additional benefits to the environment. These hard defences in Europe are costing 1.25 billion euros per year. At the current rate, this would grow to 961 billion euros by the year 2100. The SARCC project tackles this issue by demonstrating how nature-based solutions can make the coast more resilient in a cost-effective, flexible, and sustainable way. Nature-based solutions are actions inspired and supported by nature. They can be used to tackle challenges such as sea level rise, whilst enhancing the local environment. Organisations from across Europe are working together to research and run NBS pilots in urban environments. These pilots aim to demonstrate how nature-based solutions can improve flood defence in coastal cities when compared to hard static alternatives. A major benefit NBS offers is flexibility, allowing defences to adapt organically to coastal changes. Furthermore, building with nature benefits the local community and economy, with ecosystem services providing cleaner air, provisioning and recreational value. Let's build sustainable and resilient coastal cities by putting nature at the centre. Learn more at www.sarcc.eu.
This is just one of the examples of the videos and a short introduction video that is on the visualization toolkit. And Jasmine is going to show a lot more about what's already on the visualization toolkit. Furthermore, as mentioned before, we did the roadshow. There were from April until October, there was the van from the Maritime Archaeological Trust that went to major events, at least all the pilot sites and lots of other sites along the mainly British coast or English coast. And the goal was to inform everybody about climate change and the benefits of nature-based solutions. And it was really a very easy way for the general public to get familiar with nature-based solutions. As Gary mentioned before, we've had lots of people visiting at the events. Some of the examples are mentioned here, where we have hundreds of thousands of visitors to the events. The photos show lots of people, but sometimes the busiest of times, people didn't have time to take photos. So there's always a few people on the photos, but not the huge crowds that they've seen. What they did was they spoke to people about nature-based solutions and introduced them to the posters and banners that were in the truck. And people could scan QR codes and visit the visualization tool to see more information about nature-based solutions. We also did some mindscape surveys with the general public for Work Package 1. And people and children could handle some artifacts and learning more about the past in the longue durée. And these are some more images of the roadshow and the areas that we've been through. And now Jasmine will continue with a demo of the visualization toolkit.
Okay, so it was Brandon Mason that was going to be here today speaking to you, but as I say, he can't be here today, but he has left me his notes, so I can tell you a bit about it instead. So we at the Maritime Archaeology Trust in Southampton have been working on the technical aspects of presenting the project's methods and the results through the development of one of the final SARCC deliverables, the visualisation tool. So as Gary's already outlined, our other role within the SARCC programme has been to look at the historical and archaeological perspective and how that understanding the past changes, be they natural and climatic, but also often anthropogenic, can help us understand what works and what doesn't work for the present and for the future. We do this by examining a range of sources of evidence, as well as recording intertidal and submerged sites, like Gary's described, and visualising them in various media. And this perspective is also something that we've integrated within the visualisation tool and which we feel provides a rich and vital context. For the next few minutes, I'm going to give you a quick flavour of some of the main features of the visualisation toolkit before outlining where we see this going up to the close of the SARCC project. So the VT has been live at its new URL, which I'll give you at the end, for several weeks now. It comprises of a full screen map, which is one of the several layouts that was considered, which ranged originally from kind of Esri-style story map, which is more of a single-page narrative with interactive map elements, through to the full WebGIS interactive database approach. The focus has been very much on developing an online narrative-driven interactive viewer that introduces all of those elements and aims of the projects and highlights the nature-based solutions across the 4 nations. So let's have a look at some of the main elements. First up, we have the welcome panel, which introduces the user with a tour of the main elements and modes of navigation. And you can dismiss this at any time, which gets in the way. And users are guided through some of the controls, including the base map selection, the legend, which is hidden by default, and a dynamic layer control, which changes depending on which pilot is in focus. And on the left side, you do have some additional tools, including shortcuts to explore the map by the pilot or by particular NBS-related process, as well as links to the rest of the map and to restart the tour. The panel on the right, however, is the main narrative window, and that adds the context to all of the map content and the data. Next, the VT provides translations in English, French and Dutch, and it works across the entire site thanks to this handy little Google Translate integration. We've also made use of these really nice infographics, which we've integrated throughout the VT to explain various aspects of the project. And there's also videos for the 7 pilot studies, as well as the thematic explorations of the biological, the coastal processes, the grey infrastructure and the longue durée, as well as all the various nature-based solutions being trialled. As Mariah's already shown you this introductory video, I'm going to skip that one, but they're all available with Dutch and French subtitles as well. The main narrative mode is a linear tour through each of the case study sites using the big blue button at the bottom centre. So here we're going to take a quick look at Newlyn in Cornwall. And we see that the pilot study is within the large circle, and you can also see various data points representing some of the evidence from the historical and the archaeological perspective, highlighting built heritage, images and artwork that informs on how the coastline has developed and how people and the environment have responded to climate change since the end of the last ice age, with more recent historical records spanning the last few hundred years or so. Each case study site contains background information setting out the need for that coastal defence before diving deeper into each nature-based solution. This video in the corner is available on YouTube, and it's of the St Valentine's Day storm, a flood event at Newlyn, which was the last of at least 12 storms to hit between 2013 and 2014, with peak wind speeds recorded of 174 kilometres per hour. We've also used other high-impact videos related to each NBS approach, which have been produced by EXO, and integrated them into the final version of the VT as well. So the Environment Agency, or the SARCC project partners, are developing this 60-metre-long structure, which will create the hybrid natural defence from the existing harbour wall. And the NBS here is designed to deflect and disperse wave energy, mimicking those natural rock outcrops you can see on the satellite imagery there, and thus reducing likelihood of a repeat of the floods in 2004 and 2014. So let's take a look at some of the other information on the map. We've been gathering these archaeological, paleo-environmental, artistic and photographic data for each of the case studies in order to provide a kind of unique perspective on coastal change at each location. This imagery features people from centuries gone by who are living, working and enjoying the coasts and the sea. They also contain that crucial evidence on past engineering of the coastline, including sea walls, hards and defences. The artistic imagery in particular can often engage the general public and highlight the message of the impact of past decisions on these places that they've since inherited, which is a key factor in gathering public support for these more sustainable solutions going forward. So, as we know, there's 2 case study sites in the UK, Newlyn and here in Southend, of course, but let's jump ahead to the European coast to look at some of the others before we come back to Essex. So, to illustrate some of the other interactive content, we're going to have a look at Gravelines in France. So, as we know, the sea level rise due to climate change is one of the main challenges for urbanised areas in the Channel, areas on the Channel coast and in the North Sea. However, in France, the dune environments and nature-based pollution protection solutions have historically not really been well relied upon. So, of course, this partner is seeking to recreate the natural dune systems, and those will hopefully dynamically respond to change. We have lots of powerful imagery from France, and it's been identified across all of the case studies, and the local archaeological teams and archives have contributed thousands of sites and featured locations that provide these data points on past sea level change and shoreline position. So at the accumulation of the project, the final VT will show the layout and the extent of each of the nature-based solutions approaches on the map, but at the moment you can just see we've already got some of the sort of rich extra content to go along with them. So one of the other contributions we've made is to capture the modern imagery and compare it to this historical imagery to better understand that coastal change. The idea with this is to drive the message of understanding of the longue durée in order to make better decisions for future management of that coastline. And these images are often even more powerful when they remind us of the people who actually lived through these changes and who will have to live with the decisions that we're making now. So these are some more examples from the canal at Gravelines, captured both last year and over 100 years beforehand. And you can find several more examples of this type of imagery while navigating through the different case studies. And as you can see on the right, we've got a few more there of the main canal and of the lighthouse as well. So time for an example from the Belgian coast. One of the projects we were actually fortunate enough to visit amongst all of those pandemic waves in 2021. I think the EXO video describes it best, so I'll let that sort of speak for itself.
Middelkerke is a coastal municipality in Belgium with a population of 20,000. During the summer holiday season, this number increases to over 200,000. The Middelkerke coastline is like most of the Belgian coastal villages, very vulnerable to extreme storms due to buildings breaking the protective dune belt. However, the boardwalk is an essential location. With a number of restaurants, holiday homes, and other holiday facilities, it is a vital economical and tourist space, not only in summer, but the year round. We have developed a project in partnership with SARCC that will use nature-based solutions to strengthen coastal defences and community protection. In addition, we expect this project will boost the general appeal of the cosy coastal town of Vestende. How? Between the surf club and the Noordzeelaan, a soft sea wall in the form of a grass embankment dune will be applied. With a controlled dune, we can monitor its height in terms of sight lines and use. There are many advantages to this nature-based solution. Its construction is cheaper than traditional hard structure coastal protection, and thanks to the grass dike, more greenery is being implemented. By enlarging the beach, the sun-covered beach surface will grow. We hope for double the amount of sun hours on the boardwalk and embankment close to it. And thanks to the increased public natural space, people will experience a bigger natural feel at the beach. The slope of the beach will be extended, and the zone closest to the current sea dike level is given a sustainable, controllable vegetation, with marram grass and other retained species. Natural walking paths will crisscross the new embankment. It enables people to have a pleasant stroll in a safe, quiet environment close to the beach and sea, unhindered by traffic or obstacles. This nature-based solution will continue to grow with sea level rise and provide much added value in terms of experience for tourists, nature, and biodiversity.
So we've heard from 3 of the 4 partner nations so far, so we'll hop across to the Netherlands and Vlissingen. As with all case study sites, we've got all of that rich map content to explore as well, but I will let you explore these in your own time. Here I'd like to show you some of the other methods that we can explore the VT through. So we've got the grey infrastructure and all the videos there. I think we'll skip this one because that's a 5-minute marker. So you can explore all of those videos online through the visualization tool in your own time. So again, skipping over to Southend, you can see all the different videos that are available on there, including on biomass formation, greening the grey, and natural sea defences. And of course, the last of these skipped a slide. The last of these thematic views is a look at the longue durée in greater depth. Now, Gary's already covered an awful lot of this, so I won't spend an awful lot of time on it, but it does just add a little bit of that historical context to everything else that's available on the map. So that covers some of the features that I particularly wanted to highlight, but before I leave you with the link for exploring this iteration of the visualization toolkit, I wanted to give a quick reminder of the main objectives and the purpose of the VT. So using a variety of case studies and narrative approaches, the VT takes the user through each of the NBS and how it can be utilised. The site also brings together all of the SARCC media content and deliverables under a single umbrella, rather than just being spread out across social media and YouTube videos, and it combines with the main SARCC site to serve a wealth of powerful content to support decision makers and coastal planners. The VT also allows for following the path or the aspect that most interests you as the user, be you an engineer or a decision maker, or whether you have a particular motivation from a particular process, or you want to dive into a specific area of the map. The VT is also highly illustrated throughout with all that engaging information on cultural heritage and the artistic layers, which adds that historical and archaeological perspective. Now, as we come into the last weeks of the project, we have a few remaining goals for the visualization tool that I'd also like to mention. We're going to be chasing all of the pilots for their last data and their info updates, particularly looking for pictures, videos, and updates of your finished works to show off everything on the visualization tool, and also the final layouts of all your NBS in shapefile format. We're also going to be looking at how we can integrate the outputs of WP1 and the nature-based solutions selection tool that they're developing as a kind of decision tree for coastal planners and the key decision makers. And I'm sure we're going to be hearing a bit more about this later in the conference, but we'd very much like to implement this in the final output as a fully interactive version integrated within the VT. And the VT will take users to that NBS selection tool, and conversely, any recommendation provided by that selection tool will take the user back to the VT to show how this approach actually works in practice. So we feel this would sort of close the circle, so to speak, on the VT, and clearly illustrate the relevance of all of the information and the content that it provides. And as I say, hopefully we'll talk more about this over the coming days. So for now, thank you for your attention, and I hope you enjoy using and exploring the VT, and it can be found at these URLs. Thanks.
Thanks, Jasmine. So now we will have a very short coffee toilet break before we go into the pilot discussion to close of the day. So I will be putting up the Mentimeter for your questions again, and hopefully we'll get a few more questions. Okay, I think we should be ready. Yeah, so we're running about, 5 minutes behind. So if we just come back at 5 minutes past 4 o'clock, that's UK time. In the meantime, if you just use the Menti to post any questions you may have for our earlier speakers, that is John, Michal, and Heather, as well as for Gary, who can also answer things about the visualization toolkit. See you in about 10 minutes time. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone in the room and online as well. It was just a brief break, but we'll crack on with our panel discussion and questions. Hopefully everyone found all of the talks so far very interesting, and we've had a lot of questions coming. So I will try to pass those on to our speakers. So just to remind everyone, we have our lovely project manager, John, over there, and then we have Gary and Heather and Michal. Perhaps I should start very quickly. If we have had anyone in the room who would like to ask a question, we have a roving mic, so my colleague Isaac over there is going to just bring a microphone to you and you can ask a question that way. Please don't start asking questions before that, before you have the microphone, otherwise no one online would hear your question. Perhaps I'll just I'll start with a question for Michal, just to kick things off. So someone asked, how do we turn international pledges into culture change? I mean, you talked about a lot of motion in terms of people being excited about nature-based solutions and about this kind of push towards it. But how do we actually change the culture, the mindset of coastal practitioners or engineers? How do we make that kind of thinking change?
Well, thanks for the question. Not an easy one, yeah? At least my experience tells that normally the population would be divided in 20-60-20. 20 people for whom it's natural, doing in this case nature-based solutions. 20 will never do it, and we are fighting for the remaining 60. And there it usually depends on economy. So my reply would be, what we need to do, it's to attach a real value to ecosystem services. In other words, if people are comparing then on a coast, let's say floodplain, wetland, and a holiday resort, they would not be comparing plenty of mosquitoes on one hand and plenty of billions of dollars or euros or pounds on the other hand, but something that is giving a lot of economic value besides others. It's defending the coast from economic loss and damage.
Mm-hmm. Did any of the other panelists want to add anything? Gary, you don't need to do anything with it. Just.
Yes, well, I think that's a story. Something I didn't really emphasize too much is, I suppose, apart from trying to show what the examples were, is really telling that story, I suppose, that human story in the past to give it a value. And I didn't really go into it, but part of the process is actually to score and rate and value some of those heritage assets, to give them a rating so that we can then calibrate them or compare them like by like. And that's going to, as far as I suppose we're concerned as sort of historians, is a way to try and apply a value that you can calibrate and then you can use and then you can compare and contrast as these systems in recognition of this asset does develop through time. So we're working through it to try and give something a rating, if that's because that's something that coastal engineers tend to understand and financiers. Give it a value and a rating, whether they know it or not. As long as it looks like it's +5, it'll be good. So we're working on that.
Yeah, I think this kind of comes back to the giving value to NBS that we've heard about today. And it's also about measuring success of NBS pilots, which Pip talked about. I have another question, which maybe we can go to John, because he mentioned it at the beginning, with the clash with tourism. So someone's wondering, if nature-based solutions are not implementable everywhere, have you considered, like, why not focus on areas where it can make a lot of difference rather than trying to do it in places where it causes a lot of conflict with social and economic drivers such as tourism or recreation?
I suppose the question is, why are we looking just to do it in areas where nature-based solutions work? Because generally you have a nature-based solution there anyway. The big issue is trying to get it to work in places where people think it won't work. So like we gave the example of Middle Kirky, you can do a nature-based solution and make it work with tourism, economy, all the other bits. And actually it's cheaper than doing a hard infrastructure as well. So it's about, like you just said, with the shift of mindset that needs to be done at a more community and decision maker level that really needs to be input. The nature will work.
Yeah, Andrew, do you want to?
Yeah, I would. We had a conversation in the room about greening the grey, and I think it's an integrated design approach, but also there's a lot of other underpinning for such a long time in terms of investment, in terms of design, in terms of risk, in terms of insurance. Capital works and grey infrastructure is something that makes sense. It's why we call it bricks and mortar, talking from the investment perspective. So you have to, there's a learning curve to have with nature-based solutions. And quite often we can have what you want. You can have it quite a lot cheaper if you design it early stage and you actually work through some of those other things which we've had in terms of building and engineering these solutions, over-engineering these solutions, which have been around for a very long time. So there is an education to have and a rethinking to have of a number of different pieces to make that happen.
Okay. Yeah.
Just very quickly, two points to it, yeah, comparing nature-based solutions and, let's say, grey infrastructure. Looking at the interest, politicians, it's much easier, way easier to show a beautiful wall made of concrete, very high, very impressive to the voters, if this is what they want to see, yeah? So again, we are coming back to the opinion of the public, to the mind shift. If people do appreciate more a nature-based solution, then the politician in question for sure will go for a nature-based solution and not for the wall. And the second example is economic. And this used to be a huge problem also in all sorts of funding that I've been talking about. It's very easy for everybody to imagine, okay, I'm going to construct a huge wall. I can very well attach economic value to it. I can make a nice tender. Companies can make a lot of profit on it. Very easy, very easy. So what we need to do is to put the economic value again on the other side. And here, insurance companies, for instance, I think should play a key, vital role. Because once they say, look, under current circumstances, your property is not insurable, people will start thinking about it.
Well, I will say don't forget the longue durée, because that gives you an indication of various patterns of change. There's no point trying to build a nature-based solution in a way that it's not sustainable, of course. So you have to understand the past, and that comes back to issues that I mentioned before, like land slips and insurance that Mikhail was talking about. But yes, just understand those processes first.
Yeah, so by the way, if anyone in the room wants to have any questions or add anything to anything that's being said, just wave your hand at me and we'll get you a microphone. So there's always that option. From what you've been saying so far, it sounds like it always comes back to money. There's always the economic drivers, which are more important, both from an investment perspective and from perhaps what people see as valuable, rather than, I think Mikhail said something to me earlier today, where if we're comparing a big project with loads of money being spent and building new hotels and stuff, everyone understands there's a lot of value in that. There's a lot of pounds in it, if you like, or euros or dollars. But if you put in a nice nature-based solution, salt marsh, all you get is mosquitoes, and people don't really like that. So it's really about adding value to those solutions. And a couple of the people online have asked, how can we attach this value to these solutions, because they're so unique. In each different city, there is a different custom solution being implemented. It's not like a seawall, which is the same everywhere. It has the same engineering principles and requirements, and it's very easy to quantify. So how do we actually come up with a system that works everywhere? Would you like to take that one, Heather? Yeah.
Well, I think that there's two things to one is that value means a lot of things to living people. When you talk about investment, value means one thing, but it isn't actually just about the money. It's about who makes the decision and who takes the risk. Mm-hmm. And so we were having conversations about many of us answer to a board of directors, to governors, and there's not just a money issue, there's a governance issue as well. So I think that understanding that somebody holds the risk for that is very important, and to be able to unpack and be able to shift the perceptions around risk is really important. Both from a cultural and behavioral perspective, but also from an investment perspective. And there are people who work on that, but it's bringing those two together. And again, there's quite a divide between the project delivery. We all have a sense of value. We have natural capital that we talk about. We have social capital that we talk about, where we try to codify value. And there's a missing link between that and also investment value as well. So I've sort of forgotten your question. What was your question again?
I mean, to be honest, you're touching on a lot of important things. That the notion of value is not necessarily just monetary. But I was trying to get at how do we make a system that works everywhere, where nature-based solutions, by their essence, are so different in each location.
Well, I think they're different, but I think there are going to be common themes that they solve the same problem. So there will be intrinsic common denominators between each of these projects that fail to scale, as you said. So it's actually being able to quantify those common themes that solve the ultimate problem. And when I did my presentation, I talked about the green bond, and there will be special purpose vehicles, and those who are trying to find what those stackable benefits are, how can they scale that. And so I think there has to be a meeting of minds to understand the value, but also how we can create those common stackable benefits in a way that the impact investment services ecosystem can respond to it.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to? Yeah.
Yeah, very briefly. Of course, there is the, let's say, pessimistic or negative way of doing it. Yeah, and the insurance companies again are the best in doing it. They evaluate the risk, the likelihood of an event, the magnitude of an event, so the loss and damage that would occur by, let's say, floods. And here you've got the value. However, there are also positive ways, like we do with carbon. Yeah, whatever you do, for instance, you plant. There was another question. You plant a really climate resilient forest, and you get some value because carbon already has some value. So what we need to do is to create a similar value on the biodiversity side. And I very much hope it would happen. I do think people are already talking about it in Montreal. Tomorrow, you may know that COP15 on biodiversity starting in Montreal, and I've heard at least some people suggesting that there could be discussion along these lines. And ultimately, I think it's the only option that people would know that biodiversity has a value completely abstracting from carbon, but different kind of value that we are all in this room aware of, but the market is not.
Mm-hmm. I think Heather wants to, yeah.
Sorry, I'll try to be quick about this, and it's something that I meant to put a pin in to mention is that the new Environment Act that was passed, I think it was last year, but it's in play now, is biodiversity net gain. And so that is kind of a way of thinking about carbon sequestration in the way that Mikhail's talking about this, is that biodiversity net gain is when there's any new development, again, this is in England, doesn't apply to Wales and Scotland, and this is very much pretty much a terrestrial proposition. But when there's new development, the development has to provide 10% of habitat creation. So it's not mitigation, it's not restoration, but creation. And that is something that is a part of the new biodiversity markets. When I mentioned the NEIRF scheme, most of those 77 projects are testing, you might say codifying, investing in the stackable benefits using biodiversity net gain. Thank you.
Did you have any comments, Gary?
Yes, I think going back to the physical aspect, I suppose, of what do you do? You've got all these different, such a variety of different coastlines to employ nature-based solutions. I think within the SARCC project, it identified the 7 pilots, and they are varied, they are different, and each one has a response to it. And I think that's something that we're going to build on, and hopefully build on within the visualization tool, and act as a sort of a bit of a decision tree. You've got a certain sort of coastline, what nature-based solution is appropriate. But I think actually, following the discussion we've just had about incorporating value, I think that is maybe an element that we should consider in addition to identify the, well, say whatever that value might be, carbon sequestration or whatever it is. I think that should be incorporated maybe in the next phase to actually open up, rather than just the physiological side, the physical side, coastal geomorphology, but the actual value side in a tool such as the visualization tool.
Mm-hmm. Does anyone have any comments in the room? There, Isaac, would you mind?
Matthew Moore from Angling Water. Obviously, coming from a water company, I've one of the big bad investors, or capital investors. But we had a real shift at the beginning of this year, moving from a traditional framework justifying value to a true value framework, looking at the right across the 6 capitals. So you would have you would start. We used to look at flooding and put a small cost to flooding that maybe was our cost. But now we've changed that to look at the full economic value to the consumer and to us. So suddenly the price of an external flooding went from £6,000 right up to £60,000 to accurately reflect the true benefit of the true consequence. But you look at value framework for positives and the negatives, suddenly the creation of a green space has a positive value that you can attribute to it. Like some of the projects in Belgium, the creation of a space where you can actually walk through is more than just flooding. It's got that societal value to go along with it. And I think you talk about how you can have a basic system where you can deploy, where you look at things equally. And yes, whilst the value framework puts everything back into monetary figures, it does look right across the 6 capitals, doesn't just focus on flooding, BNG, carbon, you already mentioned, and looks at the whole benefit of a project.
Thank you. Any comments, or anyone else want to mention anything? Okay, yeah. So I think this is again, a topic that's come up in the questions a few times is the value that's attached to the different nature-based solutions might be broad, and this has been mentioned a few times. But in some cases, the status quo just isn't going to work in terms of long-term sustainable management of the coast in some places. And going towards a nature-based solution that is more sustainable will inevitably need a change in behavior from people living on the coast. It will need a change in the type of business that might be taking place. And certain, maybe even long-standing features of the coastline might inevitably have to be lost. So how do we interact with people affected by these changes in a positive way? How do we let them understand that it is worth changing towards a nature-based solution in the long term, where from their perspective all it means is they are losing their livelihood perhaps, or the town that they've lived in for the last 40, 50 years is just going to drastically change? Do you want to take it, John?
So that one. I mean, If you take a prime example, if you look at the Norfolk coast where the Environment Agency bought up a load of houses, unfortunately sometimes decisions have to be made at that sort of level where you have to give up to nature. You can defend and defend and defend, but ultimately it's not cost effective. So that is a nature-based solution in itself, and just giving up. And a lot of people don't realise that. I mean, it's a lot about education and looking at a whole system approach, because obviously anything you do in a system like a coastline has a knock-on effect to somewhere else. So it's not always an engineering solution of sorting out a problem here using an engineer and not thinking about where it affects it down here, and especially not thinking about how it affected it 4,000 years ago. So it's a whole system approach looking at things. You can't just look at a problem and go, we're going to fix it with this.
Yeah. So you're saying that there is that intervention required really from like a governing body or a public body at some point to kind of brute force through the locals.
I think we're just going to have to be more clever about how we look at sorting problems out and not just coming up with a quick fix engineering solution. We're actually going to have to look at the whole system approach and start thinking properly. Looking at the biodiversity net gain definitely helps, because then when you start looking at that, you start looking at what affects other areas by doing what you're doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Andrew?
I think also that
It is on.
Yeah. What John just struck me, we were saying, is that communities have to own the problem as well. So sometimes the problem's inevitable and it's going to happen. I was thinking what Mikhail said about Tuvalu. I mean, that's such a horrible proposition that I'm not going to be able to grow old in my own community, and that's a terrible thing. And on different scale, communities may or may not realize that they might be faced with that. But I think at the heart of it, the community, individuals need to own the problem. So it might be a combination of, here's the intervention we can deploy, but it also has to be, what can I do? Because there's nothing worse in a sense of helplessness or learned helplessness in not actually being able to grapple with the problem. So actually just showing a picture of what's happened in the past and what's going to happen in the future and how you're going to have to adapt is actually something that we all should be doing, but allowing the communities, whoever they might be, to saying, well, I'm going to have to change what my work is then. I'm going to have to change how I make money. I can see I might have to live somewhere else.
Yeah, those are all big challenges. Did you want to add?
Yeah, I can continue in the row. It just basically, just giving an example to what Heather and John already mentioned, the ownership. Yeah, the ownership for me, it's the key to the problem. And maybe to give an example of a project in the Czech Republic that is also one of those here described in the brochure. It's called Living Landscape, and there the participation of the public is put on a higher level, meaning not participation in a way, let's talk about it, but participation in a way, let's do it. You, the public, you are actors, you are protagonists of the change. And in this very project, the idea is that people who live in a certain community, in a certain river basin, they go out to the landscape and they map the potential for water retention in that particular river basin. It's sophisticated and very simple at the same time. Yeah? Basically taking all the maps that are at your disposal, taking your mobile phone with a Q field, having a QGIS in your computer, transferring the data, and suddenly you come up with very easily, with very limited knowledge, you come up with several hundreds of proposals what can be done in the landscape to help retain water. And then, of course, we do need an engineer who would finally say, this water hole needs to be this size, etc., etc. But already somebody is, the public is there in the landscape, involved, having ownership, caring about it, contributing to the solution, hence hopefully not having the despair or not losing the hope, and then more likely to accept a solution that would be imposed eventually by authorities, because they would be already part of the problem and would be aware of what is at stake.
Mm-hmm. Gary?
Well, I better mention the wisdom of hindsight. I think there's the issue that we are where we are now, and it's a bit of a societal problem. So if we've got people with the best intentions built houses near the sea that we know 4,000 years ago were falling into the cliffs were falling down as a consequence of change, that wasn't really recognised, and so in a certain extent that's a bit of a challenge. Now you can try and give them a better understanding as to what's happened in the past, and the fact that what's happening now is fairly inevitable, and managed retreat's going to have to happen, or just retreat. But that's not really going to save the day for them. But it does mean that we've really got to start putting the message out now more so, and letting people know that if they're starting to build and develop on the coastline, these are the issues that are happening. I know it's to a certain extent incorporated in part of the planning regimes, but really a lot of people still don't understand how mobile the coast is and how it's changed in the past. So if that message was put out there, then you can get that wisdom from hindsight. You can get society to understand that there are challenges here, and society will then accept it. It's just a bit difficult to do straight away, but you've got to start and push forward.
Do you have any comments in the room? Jean-Marie over there.
Thank you, Jean-Marie Buys from HZ University of Applied Sciences in Zealand. We also did some research about communication about these kind of developments. And what we see is that there's also a difference between that decision makers and practitioners especially focus on ecosystem regulating and producing ecosystem services, so like flood risk management, biodiversity, but that the public is especially triggered by more the cultural ecosystem services, like the attractiveness of the landscape. Is it also something which you recognize? And can this mean also something for the communication about nature-based solutions?
You would like to take that? Gary?
Well, in relation to people being concerned about the cultural aspects, as opposed to, not sure how to answer that really. So, could you just summarise that again? Sorry, John.
We see that in the communication by practitioners and decision makers, they especially focus on regulating and producing ecosystem services like flood risk management, biodiversity, topics which also a lot are discussed today, but that the public is especially triggered by more the cultural ecosystem services like attractiveness of the landscape, potential use for recreation, and those kind of ecosystem services trigger more the public than the messages that often are communicated by practitioners and decision makers.
Okay, so I can give quite a good example from Southend on this case. So one of our pilots is looking at using vegetated shingle, which effectively is a planted area on the beach. Now, one of the reasons why we looked at this area is because a number of the members of the public actually said, what's wrong with this area? Why is it so messy? Can't we get rid of these weeds on the beach? So the big issue around that was basically doing botanical studies, invertebrate studies, and actually understanding what the biodiversity net gain is, and then communicating that to the public, because we know, but they don't. So the trick there is to say, actually, no, there's a load of Essex redleaf endangered species there, it's supporting 111 different types of invertebrates, and it's actually protected, so we can't get rid of it. If you don't like the litter on the beach, maybe you should pick up your litter. So rather than looking at it as a messy thing, it's about trying to shift that culture of make everything tidy and clean and actually educate what are the benefits. What are you actually going to get out of it as a member of the public? And actually it does something for sea defence as well, which is good.
Yeah. Michael, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, maybe I could offer an approach that I already partly presented, a landscape approach, yeah? A landscape in which all the interests would be satisfied, meaning economic services, social, including not only what we've discussed so far, but also transport issues, etc., but also environmental issues, be it water retention, be it soil regeneration, be it forest resilience, biodiversity, etc., and also social issues. Yeah, and these approaches do exist, and also the European Commission now is more and more looking into this kind of approach, yeah? Trying to to ensure, not to impose on anybody, but to propose ways how these interests could find a balance within in communities, regions, and countries.
Yeah, I think this kind of brings together the some of the barriers that were already mentioned earlier about getting that community engagement, which will drive politicians to support and listen to those changes. And it's also about that ownership that was also mentioned. So be that land ownership or just being really involved with the project directly, not just being informed about what's being done by the overlords. I think your point, Jean-Marie, is perhaps something that we need to ask all the coastal practitioners and managers and engineers. Why are they only talking about the aspects of economic value or the aspects of perhaps easily measurable things that are not linked to necessarily the standard of living, the social aspects, the perhaps hard to quantify aspects such as does it look nice? Perhaps that's something that is very difficult to quantify but needs to be talked about. So I think it's a really good point. Any more questions? We've got Justin over there.
Well, just to pick up really on that point, keep it going, and really John's point around that walking away or just sort of abandonment is a nature-based solution in its own right. And in policy terminology, in our shoreline management plans that sort of set policy for coastal management within England and Wales, that's called no active intervention. So there's a name for that, and there is and for a long time has been a concerted effort to use an understanding of the coastal processes to drive policy, and in that way, really, you put your sort of no active intervention as your sort of default policy option. You've really got to demonstrate why, by exception, you would do anything other than rely on the natural coastal processes to provide, a sustainable buffer against sea level rise and climate change. And and in that way, you're putting the evidence front and centre in terms of the baseline for decision making, because only from understanding what the evidence tells us in a robust way, do we make sensible decisions? And it's something that everyone can coalesce around, communities, the practitioners and local politicians, is because, you'll get that small percentage who will deny the evidence, but for the greater part now, people will all coalesce and accept that the evidence is the evidence. No one person can change that. So you have to come up then with an adaptive response to what that evidence is showing. In policy terms, no active intervention is the most powerful policy we've got. And it's, as we're saying, that's getting away from just doing discrete pieces of coastal management which sort of don't take account of the knock-on impacts elsewhere. Mm-hmm. So we've got to be doing this. It's about having that joined-up thinking. And I think as coastal practitioners, we do value the environment and the environmental benefits and the socio-economic benefits associated with recreation, health and well-being that can be delivered or can be derived through delivering a high-quality environment. And it's always difficult because we're trying to sort of attach everything, give everything a monetary value. But I think we need to find ways of moving away from that where we can, to find these what's traditionally been non-tangible in economic terms, and finding a way of actually sort of implementing policy through those values.
Yeah, I think there is also an aspect in England where it might be a bit different to some of the countries on the continent and around the world, where in England the Environment Agency is in charge of maintaining and managing a lot of the coastal defences, so they can obviously correct me if I'm wrong, but you can have quite a lot of power over the kind of long-term strategies on those defences. There are some notable exceptions, as John might want to point out, that Southend Council is actually managing their own defences. But perhaps...
We still have to go through the EA for approval.
Yeah, well, there you go. But when we look at some of the other countries, where perhaps it is a far bigger issue with a broad range of stakeholders who own little bits of land next to each other, and each one has their own kind of agendas. Some of the questions that we had actually came in, which kind of touch upon this, and it comes back to the land ownership, is how do we optimize the use of that limited land availability for investment, including nature-based solutions, where, especially for private owners, there might be a lot of other far more attractive solutions where, to kind of tick the box, they might do some carbon offsetting, or they might generate a little bit of land somewhere to one side and say, oh, great, ecosystem services and biodiversity net gain, whilst all they're actually doing is building a hotel, because that's going to give them the value. And this might be especially challenging in places where there is a lot of small landowners. So perhaps that's something that Heather can answer in terms of
I
the...
saw that question earlier, and I've already agreed to divert it to the other co-founder of Biodiversity Capital, who can answer it in a much more articulate way. So maybe you could hand the mic to him.
Thank you. So I saw that question on the screen. It's about competing land uses and going for the quick buck, more or less. And the question was also saying that you can get paid to plant woodland, the various woodland creation credits. There might be an incentive to plant the fastest growing conifers you can get your hand on and create a monoculture, which is no good for biodiversity. So, and coming on to the question about the fragmentation and how things can be pooled and optimized, what we're seeing is, certainly in England, we're seeing farming clusters emerging. And there's an organization that historically has been helping farmers with their grant applications that's been encouraging farmers to come together into localized clusters and then come up with a master plan for creating ecosystem services on their what was farmland, which might still be partly used for crops, but might also be used for habitat creation, woodland creation. And the best form of optimization, both for the natural environment and economically now, is creating the stackable benefits. So is a series of benefits which are working together. So you can have flood defense, you can have carbon sequestration in the woodland, but also in grassland and peatland, biodiversity net gain. And then if it's optimized, then the farmer is getting paid separately for each of those things, each of those benefits that they're creating, even though they might have created those benefits through, they might only need to do a limited amount of things to get a larger range of benefits.
Yeah. Does anyone have any comments or additions to that? No? I think you covered it perfectly there. Okay, so I'll move on to the next question, which is for Michal. So coming... Yeah, do you want to just add to...
May I just react quickly, because I liked your intervention a lot on the do nothing alternative. Yes, indeed, and at least the impact assessments that I've been part of, they always did include the zero alternative, do nothing. My question only is, when I was thinking about it, whether this doing nothing, I believe we could afford only to repair or fix the harm we did as humans to the coast. But what about the additional impact of climate change? Is it still possible to do nothing in longue durée? What I'm talking about is, again, one of the debates in Egypt at COP27 about the tipping points. Melting of Greenland is 7 meters up. Yeah, and the tipping point is this fraction, several points of grades of centigrade away. Yeah, it's not linear. Now we are talking about centimeters of sea level rise, but very quickly, and under business as usual, we will talk really in terms of years about decimeters and potentially meters. So can we still afford doing nothing? Or even another question, within a project like this one, shouldn't we, not necessarily going public with that, but shouldn't we start a little bit thinking, what if we are talking meters? Do we know what we are going to do? No, sorry, just putting more questions.
It's always good to answer a question with a question. I think Justin wants to react to that.
Well, no, that last point is a good one because that relates to one of the other questions I put in there, which is about, with future-proofing against that, that several meters of rise, and obviously the lack of progress on mitigation points towards, well, we need to think about future-proofing, but we don't, within our constrained urban environments, we physically don't have the space to do that. I mean, I look at Cornwall, I look at Newlyn and Penzance where we're working, and I think we can work with maybe a metre of sea level rise and be honest with the community about their seafront is going to change and be adapted and modified, but the settlement broadly can continue to function as it sort of has done. But once we're above that sort of metre, I really start to think it becomes existential. And if we start to look at, think about 2 meters is huge. If we start to think about 7 meters, then, well, that's, that is just in another league completely. But on the subject of the do nothing, I don't think the do nothing or the no active intervention isn't just walking away, not thinking about it. We're still actually doing a lot. We're still monitoring the coastline, understanding its behaviour is the key to successful no active intervention. And what we see is where we remove defences that have been in place for a long time is that we go through a rapid process of catch-up where the coast will dynamically revert to a state of equilibrium. So we might see very rapid change occurring over 2 or 3 decades, and then actually that rate of change slows down again because the coast has been held artificially forward of where it might want to be. It goes through that rapid change, and then actually we've gained a lot of sediment from the cliffs eroding very rapidly, and then a state of equilibrium starts to reassert itself. So I think no active intervention is not just walking away and sort of deciding we just can't afford to do anything, but actually that's the most effective form of management. So I think it still requires monitoring and surveillance and understanding what's happening. That's the really important part.
Thanks, Justin. I think this also comes back to the issue. Well, we were talking about climate change and how it impacts the coastal management. I just wanted to bring up the financial aspect of nature-based solutions funding, and how is climate change actually included in that? So kind of building on your do nothing doesn't necessarily mean we're not thinking about the future and what will change, but are the current processes both at COP but also in the funding streams that Heather talked about, are they actually kind of future-proofing what we need to do above and beyond what's good enough today? Are they looking at the IPCC scenarios? Is climate included in the kind of funding side of things, and how is it included? Yeah, Mikkel?
Make 2 very quick points and then I hand over. First on IPCC and COP, I mean, I'm shaking with frustration. Yeah, I haven't never ever seen two processes such divorced as IPCC on one hand and the COP on the other. Yeah, IPCC report says everything you want to do, guys, do by 2030, because then it's very likely going to be late. Yeah. And there at the COP, people are talking years and decades, and everybody's being calm, and you don't really feel the sense of urgency there, and it's so super frustrating. It's COP27, and the emissions are still rising. Yeah, I mean, it's so divorced. Yeah? So that is one point. And on the funding, an example, positive. Yeah, we need to be positive also. You perhaps have noticed, at least the countries that are part of the European Union, the reform of the common agriculture policy. There is a huge, huge, huge change. Yeah? Now, one period is ending the end of this year. The new one is starting at the beginning of next year. And the change is, depending again on the strategic plan of each country, but in each country now it will make economic sense to do solutions both in agriculture and in forestry that are positive for climate change mitigation and adaptation. In other words, if you are a farmer now and you want to turn away from industrial agriculture and industrial forestry, and you want to put in place a landscape feature, a bog or a water hole, whatever, you are going to revitalize a water stream, you are going to restate floodplains, you are going to be economically punished within the common agriculture policy rules. While as of the beginning of the new year, farmers will be rewarded. The extent again will depend on the strategic plan of each of the member states. And the same goes for forestry, with, let's say, industrial forestry on one hand and climate smart forestry on the other. So at least here, finally, after 50 years of effort, we managed to change it a little bit, the common agricultural policy, to be more climate friendly.
Yeah, I think it's really encouraging to know that that's happening in the EU on the landscape. I think that I was going to say is that there needs to be systemic change and a kind of regeneration of economic thinking across the board. On the other hand, if there could be an investment model where just let nature take its course, that would be fantastic, because that's a really nice, actually beautiful model when you think about it. We have to get away from some of the things Mikkel was talking about in terms of this appetite for having to build things. It's like, no, we need to anti-build things. Being an architect, we need to stop building things and start appreciating nature. But anyway, I'm starting to become esoteric. In terms of answering your question, we're so sector driven. We so sort of have our head down trying to use the systems that we have in place. So in terms of the financial services ecosystem, the kinds of conversations that they have, that there is a kind of creep towards the project delivery, but it's really quite far apart. So you've got a few players who are partners. So the pension fund I mentioned in my presentation, Hermes, along with Finance Earth, which is a social enterprise, are working within the financial services ecosystem to try to come up with models that will fund climate mitigation, adaptation, biodiversity, and net zero solutions within a lot of constraints within England, because that's where the funding's coming. So it's not an international model. So you have savvy people who are coming up with a model. So that's good. That's a good news. Hopefully that can be upskilled and scaled by 2030. I don't know. That's less than a decade away. So it doesn't seem to be fast enough. So all I can say is it's disturbing. It's both positive to see that there are players who are working with that, who are savvy enough to be able to make those kind of steps, and we should be looking at those case studies. We should look at what they're doing and how it works and how it doesn't work, and share that, have a knowledge exchange on that. But at the same time, there's got to be some systemic change, I think, across the board to be able to meet the problem at scale.
Brilliant, thank you. Anyone has any comments, questions in the room? No? Okay, I'll kind of bring it back to SARCC a little bit because we're almost out of time. There was a few questions about the visualization toolkit and about the engagement side of things. So someone asked, how can we use the data in the visualization toolkit, focusing on coastal areas that are outside of the ones covered? And another question linking to the engagement is, what kind of tools did the SARCC partner use to engage with, for example, the 120,000 people in Cornwall during the roadshow? Is that something you could touch upon a little bit more, Gary?
Yes, well, to take the second one first, I think it was just a case of how you can try and manage the impact of the Discovery bus on whoever it might be, and there are different levels of impact. There are some that are really just a general familiarity, like people quickly clicking onto your website but not staying, and then other ones that where people engaged more so and actually got involved, got on the bus, or then clicked on the QR codes and the like. Now, the larger numbers are really that people would have been exposed to it. So visitors might have seen it, might have been exposed, might just become aware of it, not necessarily going on in working with it. And the figures were gleaned from either when we tried to record people going nearby by the bus, or when we were in fixed venues where we knew the number of people that were there, so fairly broad. So there were different levels of engagement, effectively, and those bigger sums were the sort of broader level rather than specifics. And the initial, the first query was looking about the visualization tool, yes, and how these sites can relate to other areas. And the thing is, these were just pilots, so we see them as just the beginning. And that comes back to comments that we made earlier about how can you cover all the coastline. And I think there will be different coastal units that we can look at, different geomorphological processes associated with different types of coastline. We're more of a northern sort of estuarine coastline up in this region. There'll be more rocky shores elsewhere. So the pilots that we worked on really just look at those particular sites with those sort of, say, geomorphological characteristics or morphological characteristics. But there are many more yet to be examined. But some of the tools and identifying, say, that applying the sort of cultural value, which again we sort of brushed on, that hasn't really been quantified financially, but applying that cultural value to those different regions, that they can be applied across the board. So the methods and the mechanisms used within the SARCC project can be applied anywhere. It's just that we need those little site types to work on next. So hopefully that's going to be the next phase.
Fantastic, thank you. So we're literally coming to an end now. So I'll have two final questions, and then we'll wrap up the day. So one of the things that has come up again and again throughout the entire project is the need for cooperation and for working with multiple different partners across multiple different countries. It's not enough to just focus on one small stretch over the coastline. I'm sure our Belgian partners will agree that they can do all they want, but if the Dutch decide to just dredge all the sediment that's coming down towards Belgium, they just won't have any sediment to use. So there is really that essential aspect of collaboration along the entire coastline. Perhaps a slightly silly question kind of linked to that, going to John, but was it really difficult to manage an international project with multiple time zones and multiple languages?
Easier than you think, actually. It's it just comes down to standard people management. Once you understand what people's skills are and get people working on a clear task or a clear deadline, it's not so bad. But there's been some challenges.
I think everyone's going to be aware of those. Okay, brilliant. So just to wrap up the panel discussion, I would like to ask each one of our panelists just to give us a little bit of a thought for the future, I suppose, or a bit of advice, what would you say, in your eyes, is the most important thing to focus on going forward in the next, say, 5 years? Do you want to just take that, John, and then we'll go towards me?
I guess like Mikhail says, we've got to stem the flow of carbon, because if we don't do something now, it's a scary upward trend of everything changing. So yeah, I think we really need some action, some investment, and some big scale stuff done, because pilot projects like we've done are great, but it's a drop in the ocean. There's no smoke without fire.
Yeah. Gary?
Well, I think it's a case of awareness, and we need to make people know, stakeholders, decision makers, make them understand what these long-term issues are, long-term processes are. And I think once they find out, they look back to the past and see what's really happened. It can be quite shocking as an indicator of what might happen in the future. And I suppose that applies to what's happened, climate change in the past, which you can use the historical data sets to understand, as well as how that change is going to manifest itself in the future.
Heather?
I'll build on the panel's comments. Is what John was saying is big scale intervention is needed, and so we're a current culture of having a very short-term memories and being very tribal and having very short attention spans, and so we need to evolve and have a paradigm shift so that's behavior change across the board, because the scale of the problem is quite massive. But it can be unpacked, and that scale can be something that can be achieved, but through cross-border working from the community and also from the agencies and from government intervention as well. But it's going to take everybody in that way. And I would say that we need to be looking to the mapping and Gary's map, because that could be very much the future. So this is how we might be living, and what the landscape might look like. And I think it's incredibly insightful to me anyway, to see what the landscape looked like, and it's how we are only a dot in time.
Mm-hmm. Michael?
And that's very humbling.
Yeah, first, if I may express my admiration for the project. I'm honestly so impressed by the 7 pilot projects, by the toolkit, by everything that has been presented. Wow, I mean, this is so encouraging to hear people that are doing things instead of talking about them. Just if you allow 2 quick points. Yeah? One is spatial planning. We have not discussed it much. Yeah? Spatial planning, I think, would be extremely important, especially on the coast where still it's not so busy, making sure that whatever kind of green space, whatever kind of space that would help us protect the coast would be planned at the same time and on equal footing with any kind of grey infrastructure. Not thinking hotel first and afterwards maybe if there is a bit of space to plant a tree, but really to plan it and from the very beginning. And my final point is flexibility. It's not global warming, it's climate change. We really do not know what will happen. I mentioned Greenland, but Greenland could bring a new ice age. Yeah? So what I would suggest, and I do not have a reply, I don't know how to do it, but in whatever we are doing, to implement the element of flexibility in the planning processes, in the participative processes, in the engineering processes, to ensure that whatever comes up, we know how to address it. Who are the people to react? Whom we ask, whom we invite to for the council, who should decide, who should take also quick decision. So flexibility needs to be part of these systems.
Brilliant, thank you. So just to finish up, I'm going to go back to 2 super quick questions on Mentimeter. just because, you know, we have some requirements from our Interact overlords, so we have to kind of capture some of the audience answers. So if you could just look at this very simple question quickly. It is the same code to join menti.com. Can we use NBS to fix or to provide coastal defense? And hopefully from all of the presentations so far, you would think that yes, but also if you want to say no, by all means do that. And this is also open to everyone online, and it might be a good starting point for for any discussions later on. But I mean, it's looking pretty one-sided so far. So earlier on, we had about 50 people. Oh, one maybe. Who was that? I'm not going to single you out. Yeah, and that's fair. I think the I don't know answer is also quite important, because we do need to keep spreading the news, informing people about all the options, and hopefully that is not a one-stop kind of project. It's something that we will all continue doing in the years to come. So I think I'll move on to the final one. So I think there might be one more after this, I'm sorry. But so do you think there is a lot of added value when using nature-based solutions compared to grey infrastructure, or do you think that perhaps it's just a replacement that doesn't really add anything on top? So we have been talking about ecosystem services. We have been talking about the kind of, well, hopefully they're okay in the kitchen. Okay, so this is really encouraging to see. I think everyone agrees that there is a lot of benefits in trying to use nature-based solutions. It is looking fairly one-sided as well. Okay, so I'm going to move on to the last question. We've got about 35. So how would you rank your understanding of nature-based solutions following today's talks? Have you learned something new? Have you come up with thoughts that maybe you didn't consider in the past? Hopefully we've shed some light on the topic. Let's give you a little bit more time. Wow. It's almost like everyone knows what the deal is, really, but no, that's going really well. So I will close the conference now. I would like to thank our panelists, John, Gary, Heather, Michal, and also Pip, who couldn't join us but kindly provided her presentation online. And we also have a little SARCC gift package for our external speakers, Heather and Michal, so Isaac is going to just bring those. But thank you so much for all your contributions. Thank you for all of your insights, and hopefully you can continue the discussions with everyone here in the minutes, hours, days, months to come, and some new collaboration opportunities will arise from it. So thank you, everyone, and have a nice evening.